Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Yamazakura in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, X. Shino observes the Hokage's office through compound eyes. Though using his colony in this way is still new to him, Shino has had enough time to determine that it's rather like watching security footage from a camera with a very wide field of view, but not the highest resolution. He can see nearly the entire scope of the office, but can only tell Tsunade apart from her desk by variations in what few colors his bug can see. Far more useful are the bug's other senses. He can hear through its tympanal organ every scratch of Tsunade's pen on paper, and smell through its antennae the specific cocktail of scents that makes Tsunade unique. Everything comes together to form a tableau that's clear, if not always easy to comprehend. This member of his colony hasn't moved from the center of the ceiling in hours, staring dutifully down at the top of Tsunade's head and waiting for something of interest to happen. He can feel it growing hungry, nervous, as close to frightened as an insect can manage. If Shikamaru and Asuma's deductions are to be believed, it won't have to wait for much longer. The door to the office opens, a dark shape that scent and sound confirmed to be Shizune chirping, "Lady Hokage, I have news." Tsunade immediately sets her pen down and gives Shizune her full attention. "All right, let's hear it. Good news first." Shizune nods, looking between a sheaf of paper in her hands and Tsunade as she reports, "Team Kakashi were able to locate where the Akatsuki had taken the Kaze cage yesterday morning. They've successfully rescued him, and are bringing him back to the Sand Village alive and with the entire Sand Airborne Division as an escort. They should arrive back in the Sand Village this afternoon." Tsunade lets out a long sigh. That's a relief. Shino can't see Shizune's face well enough to confirm, but from the sound of her voice she's likely wincing. But this news came too quick," Tsunade mutters, drumming her nails on her desk. "Quick means sloppy. And sloppy means either casualties, serious injuries, or something fell through the cracks. In this case, we're unfortunately looking at all three," Shizune murmurs. "There was only one casualty. Lady Cho had been sent along with Team Kakashi to provide her expertise on Sasori of the Red Sand, one of the Akatsuki members who kidnapped Gaara. She ended up dying during the rescue." "Her own grandson," Tsunade mutters. "Did she choke in battle against him?" "No," Shizune replies. "The report simply puts down her death as natural causes. The woman was in her 70s, the strain of suddenly being thrown back into ninja work and being forced to keep up with Sasuke and Naruto must have been too much for her." Tsunade rubs at her temples. "All right. Tell me how bad these dumbass kids hurt themselves." Naruto and Sasuke at the time of this report seem to have recovered quickly from whatever injuries they suffered. Shizune continues. "Kakashi was significantly less lucky. He sustained many severe injuries in rapid succession, some of the worst to his back and spine. Sasuke's notes in the report say that Kakashi should make a full recovery, but only once he's received intensive treatment in a proper hospital." Tsunade runs her hands through her hair. "Okay. I'm ready for it. Tell me how they fucked up." "This is odd and unprecedented," Shizune remarks, scratching the top of her head, "but they seem to have cut the one tail into 3 pieces." Tsunade slaps her hands on the desk and whips her head up to look at Shizune again. "What? How did they? Wait, the one tail isn't in Gaara anymore. How is he still alive?" "Apparently that is going to be in the full debriefing," Shizune answers, "but the long and short of it seems to be that the Akatsuki managed to successfully extract 1/3 of the one tail before Team Kakashi retrieved Gaara, then for Gaara's own safety they had to release what remained inside of him, and once they'd released it Kakashi and 2 members of the Akatsuki." This section was written by Naruto, so I'm just going to quote it word for word. "Kakashi and the Akatsuki dudes played tug-of-war with the one tail so hard that they ripped it in half and now one part is in Kakashi's eyeball hole and the Akatsuki dudes took the other part." There's a long silence. "Ma'am." "Shizune," Tsunade murmurs, "what would be the better course of action, immediately dissolving Team Kakashi the instant they walk through the front gates, or just kicking them through a mountain?" "Now ma'am," Shizune stammers, immediately putting her hands up like she's trying to calm an animal, "remember, they did accomplish their mission. They did it quickly, and with only one casualty. That's very good, especially for a squad far smaller and with far lower ranked shinobi than we would usually send on a mission like this." Tsunade chuffs out a mirthless laugh. Yes, they did well on paper. But this kind of sloppy, frantic, panicked work isn't like Suzuki. Or it's not like how Suzuki's been lately. Shizun bows her head, clutching the report close to her chest. You do have a point, ma'am. It could be that being back together is making Team Kakashi drift back into old bad habits. But you must also admit that there are other extenuating circumstances here. Gaara is both the Kazekage and someone personally important to Naruto and Sasuke. They were thrown into this mission on Naruto's second day back with next to no time to prepare. I don't think you're wrong to be worried about them, ma'am, but I would wait until you have the full mission report on your desk to make any judgments. Tsunade's voice is wry but fond. Remind me to have you in the room when I have to spin this to the council. Was that all you came in here to tell me about? No, I have one last bit of troubling news, Shizun replies, shuffling through her papers. We've received a series of odd, incomplete reports from Sound. The dates on them put them as having been sent 2 to 3 days ago. What the Intel Division has been able to gather from these reports is that there was some sort of riot in the capital that made it all the way to the daimyo's palace. And Orochimaru didn't do anything to stop it? That corrupt piece of shit is the only reason he even has a village. That's the other thing the Intel Division found. The Sound Village seems to have gone completely dark the night before the riot. Tsunade is quiet and still. Shino can smell her fear through his bug's antennae. After a moment, she whispers, do we have any idea where Orochimaru is? No, ma'am. Not yet. Tsunade runs another hand through her hair, scraping her nails along her scalp. Fuck. Shino has seen all he needs to. With a quick instruction to the bug to fly through the door Shizun left open, Shino's senses snap back to his body. He blinks rapidly behind his sunglasses to reorient himself. He's sitting beneath a tree in the Abarame compound, Shikamaru sitting in front of him and Asuma leaning on another tree across the narrow path. Shikamaru is worrying the inside of his lower lip as he stares intently at Shino, waiting for his report. Asuma's eyes can't seem to settle on anything for long. Well? Shikamaru asks. Shino sighs, then rasps in his smoke-damaged voice, the news is uneven. He repeats everything he heard in as much detail as he can, keeping a close eye on how Shikamaru and Asuma both receive the news. Shikamaru's brow furrows more and more, but beyond that he doesn't show much of what's going on in his head outside of it. If Shino had to guess, he's not telling Shikamaru anything he didn't already suspect. Meanwhile, Asuma remains distracted, his gaze far away. It could be because Shino forbade him from smoking on his clan's land to avoid upsetting the insects. But Asuma is a jonin. More than that, he's a professional. That shouldn't be all it takes to throw him off his rhythm. Once he's finished, Shikamaru snorts with a wan smirk. That's about what I expected for Team Kakashi's first mission. At least that's resolved, even if it wasn't clean. But that's not what you're interested in, Shino says. Shizun was vastly understating it when she called the news from Sound troubling. Yeah, Shikamaru mutters, scratching at his chin before looking over his shoulder to Asuma. Orochimaru's a slippery bastard at the best of times. Losing sight of him happens all the time. Losing him while there's a riot in Jungsemji. What do we think? Is he involved, or did he get taken out? Asuma flinches ever so slightly, then replies, remember, Orochimaru is a legendary Sunin. Someone just taking him out is a tall order. Yeah, but think about it, Shikamaru counters, all the plans we've seen Orochimaru carry out in the open in the last 3 years have failed. Even if he's strong, it seems like he's struggling to balance all the plates he has spinning. That leaves room for someone to trip him while he's trying to keep his balance. I wouldn't call it the most likely option, but we can't rule it out. Especially when Orochimaru has a weasel like Kabuto and possible double agent Sakura hanging around him. Asuma exhales hard through his nose. Yeah, I suppose you're right. Shino narrows his eyes. Asuma can usually keep up with Shikamaru intellectually. But he seems like he's at least a step behind today. Shino can feel his colony starting to buzz around agitatedly in his chest. We obviously need more information, Shino cuts in. I do have a sentry in the Intel Division. I can take a look through it, see if that can't tell us any more. Shikamaru frowns and glances over his shoulder to Asuma, who gives him a tight shrug in response. After a moment of thought, Shikamaru looks back to Shino and nods. Shino bows his head and forms the hand seal usually used for mind transfer jutsu in his lap. This technique was another one of Shikamaru's brilliant ideas, though at first Shino and Ino had both balked at giving away clan secrets in order to develop it. Eventually they'd been won over by the compelling argument of, what your clan elders don't know won't hurt them. Shino focuses on the scent and chakra signature of that particular sentry as he builds up chakra, and once both are clear in his mind he releases it. There's a rushing feeling, like he's being shot out of a cannon, before suddenly he's gazing through another set of compound eyes at a nondescript hallway from its wall. The technique isn't exactly like mind transfer jutsu. Learning how to command the mind and body of an insect is a bridge farther than any ninja in recent memory has attempted. The difference between insects and humans is just too vast. Shino is less puppet master, more co-pilot, seeing what his sentry sees and giving it very simple commands. The sentry bug lifts off the wall and flies down the hallway, rounding a corner to find four ninja making small talk. The scents are familiar and the specifics of the mundane conversation about their work confirm that Shino indeed has hitched a ride with the right bug. He must be deep in the Intel Division building, especially if these four ninja are just casually griping about having to piece together the reports from sound. Shino urges the sentry to stop, settling on the wall just beside the four ninja. The tallest of the four, a Yamanaka if scent is to be believed, grouses, "The stupidest thing about this whole situation is that this is some of the best intel we've ever gotten from sound. Can you believe that?" "Of course I can, I work here too," a short, dark-haired ninja replies. "All I'll say is whatever's happening couldn't have happened to a nicer daimyo. This has been a long time coming for him. I just hope this doesn't give Waterfall or Cloud any ideas." An Inyazuka Kunoichi mumbles, "If they invade a weakened sound, our daimyo won't like it." "He won't like if Cloud does it," the fourth ninja, a young man with bright green hair, snaps. "No one's gonna shed a tear if Waterfall takes sound. Good riddance to Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato, I say." There's a rumble of agreement, then the Yamanaka and the green-haired ninja take their leave, citing a meeting with Inoichi they need to get to. The short ninja and the Inyazuka say their goodbyes and linger in the hallway asking about how each other's families are doing until the other two's footsteps disappear. Then, in an instant, the two ninjas' arms fall to their sides. They stand up ramrod straight. They stare directly at each other, unblinking. When the Inyazuka speaks, her voice has lost the timid edge in favor of absolutely no emotion to speak of. Stage 2 is proceeding as scheduled. Awaiting further instruction. "You are to continue the release of information at this pace," the shorter ninja replies, voice similarly devoid of all emotion. "There are 2 reports that make mention of the asset's involvement and whereabouts. Make sure they are altered." "Of course. Once Silver has completed the handover you will receive further instructions. Keep your cover until..." The shorter ninja's head turns whip-crack fast. Their gaze is locked on Shino's sentry. Their hand flies up, and Shino has one heartbeat to cut the connection with his sentry. He goes rushing back to his own body the instant before their palm slams down on the bug. When he arrives back to himself it's with a gasp and a jolt. Shikamaru's hand is on his shoulder, eyes wide with concern. "What is it? What happened?" Shino repeats it all in a rush. Shikamaru's eyebrows steadily rise as he listens, naked shock on his face. His eyes leave Shino to dart this way and that, as if he's visualizing all the pieces of this puzzle and racing to put them together. But Shikamaru isn't who Shino's interested in. He keeps his gaze squarely on Asuma. Asuma's arms are crossed tightly over his chest, his jaw clenched even tighter. He's staring out past the two of them with a haunted look in his eyes. Like he knows something. Like he recognized something. The instant Shino finishes, Shikamaru immediately says, "They tipped their hand. We can't let this go to waste. We need to tell Tsunade as soon as possible." "Slow your roll, Shikamaru," Asuma cuts in, fixing Shikamaru with a stern glare. "Yeah, we caught them being shady, but they just killed our witness. And if they recognized it as a spy bug that means they're on to us." "But that's also evidence," Shikamaru exclaims. "They recognized a Kikaichu. That's proof they're born and bred Leaf Village traders if they recognized a Kikaichu at a glance. I'd also remind you that Shino saw that via a technique only 4 people know about." Asuma shoots back, "That's going to cast doubt on our story." A story that also centers around us blatantly spying on our own village. I'm not saying we don't tell Tsunade, but we need to get our story straight, and we need to get her alone. Both of those things are gonna take time. Shikamaru briefly scowls at Asuma before forcing his eyes towards the ground, and we'll need to get her alone in a way that won't alert our shadow. Us talking to her one-on-one is the last thing they're gonna want. Asuma bobs his head in a curt nod. I'll see if my contacts in the tower can't pass along a covered message. At the least they can give us an idea of what her schedule's looking like if we need to just pull her away. Shino's colony is humming with nerves. What is Asuma thinking? They get their first lead on what their shadow is doing in years and he wants to wait? Shino is a strong advocate of caution and observation, but even he can admit when it's time to stop watching and start acting. The more time they waste, the more information their shadow will release and alter, and the less control they'll have over what comes next. As Shikamaru and Asuma discuss what their next move will be, Shino lets one of the females of his colony crawl out from his sleeve and onto his palm. He angles his hand so neither of his colleagues can see her. He waits until Shikamaru and Asuma finally turn to say their goodbyes. Shino walks them to the compound's gates, brushing past Asuma to open them. In the instant that they touch, the female flits from Shino's palm to Asuma's flak jacket, dutifully hiding herself in one of the pockets. Shino exchanges clipped farewells with them both. He watches their backs recede, all the while hoping that his suspicions are wrong. The last thing he hears before the explosion is an unassuming click. Then, everything is fire, smoke, dirt, pain. Zayden's back is on the ground and his eyes on the sky. He hears his father shouting for him, feels his arms hook under his back and his knee. Singular. His eyes slowly roll down to see his father's arm and his own left leg covered in blood. The right. Everything below the knee is mangled meat and bone. All Zayden can think is that there's no way his father's going to let him come with him anymore. Zayden had been so good at finding the mines, the tags, the shells, the explosive detritus that sloughed off the war machines of the ninja. But if he stepped on this one, he can't have been that good. There's no way his father will let him come back out. That's one less set of hands working. That's less ryo in their pockets. That's less food on the table. That'll mean less mouths around the table, eventually. Zayden only realizes he'd been babbling all this out loud when he hears his father, voice thick, hiss, "Don't worry about money right now, boy. Stay awake, Zayden, stay with me." Zayden's vision twists and spins. He sees their journey home in whirling colors, blue and green of the countryside giving way to the myriad browns of town, then to the rust red of their home. His vision unfortunately clears just in time to see his mother and sisters running over to them, horror all over their faces. His sisters stay focused on him once they're close enough to touch, but his mother's eyes meet his father's and her face twists in a righteous fury. She opens her mouth and shouts, "Oh my, is he still healing?" "What? No, that's not what she said. That's also not her voice. She had said something about telling his father not to take him out scavenging, that it wasn't a job for a child." This voice slurs its S sounds and is high and raspy. His mother's voice had been low for a woman's, resonant and authoritative. His oldest sister wraps her arms around his mother's middle, pulls her back and sobs, "Well, of course he is. He's a member of the laity, after all. Their systems are far less receptive to the spiritual arts." That is not at all what his sister said. And not at all how she sounded, or even how she sounds now. His oldest sister blinks and her eyes are yellow with slit pupils, white scales spreading across her skin. His littlest sister is up in his face, her eyes turning into snake eyes, and when she sobs it's with a forked tongue. "Oh. I think he's waking up." Zayden's eyes rocket open. He nearly screams, because the first thing he sees are 3 white snakes looming above him. Each is at least as large as a human, with bright yellow eyes that remind him far too much of Orochimaru. The largest snake in the center has a central stripe of red scales running from the crown of her head down her back, the second largest 2 blue stripes, and the smallest 3 green stripes. Before the scream can get all the way out of his mouth, the red-striped snake turns to the others and sighs. Of course he's panicking. "Let's put our faces back on, sisters." The air ripples like a heat wave, and in an instant the snakes are gone, replaced with 3 young women. Each are dressed like priestesses, their outfits reflecting the colors of their scales, their accessories and hairstyles reflecting the number of stripes. Zayden freezes. All that makes it out of his open mouth is a breathless squeak. It's only then that the bone-deep, full-body ache hits him. The pain pulses out from his scalp and his chest, which tracks with the spots he remembers the paper animals tearing into. He lets his hand roam over to his chest, his fingers prodding carefully around where the lion's claws dug through his flesh. He feels the ragged edges of fresh scabs where he'd expected open wounds. The area is slightly warm to the touch, and when Zayden brings his fingers away they're slightly smeared with blood and a clear fluid. He lets his eyes float around what little he can see past the three snake girls. He spies thick red pillars rising up to the eaves of a roof, but when he follows the eaves they hit limestone, not wood. Past the eaves are smooth stone walls that soar into a ceiling covered in crystals. The crystals glow from within, the light shifting slowly from yellow to green to blue and back again as motes of light meander through the crystal formations. Zayden has never seen anything like it in his life. For a moment, all he can do is stare. Then the blue girl leans down, sticking fingers he did not expect to be solid in his open mouth and pulling back his lips. It's been so long since one of the laity has made it this far in. They really do look just like the ordained on the outside. The red girl slaps the blue girl on the wrist, fixing her with a maternal glare. Remember your manners, Ichikashima-him. Until Her Holiness decides what is to be done about Sakura's transgression, she and her companions are to be treated as guests. The green girl rolls her eyes. Come now, Taijutsuim, you know Her Holiness will order them all executed. We ought to just eat this layman now. Ichikashima-him sticks a forked tongue out at the green girl. He won't be any good to eat, Tagorium. His chakra won't have any flavor. We should play with him instead. Zayden's blood runs cold. He's only known these snake girls for a few seconds, but that's long enough for him to know he doesn't want anything to do with their idea of play. Zayden clears his throat to get their attention, and once all six eyes have turned back to him he croaks, "Excuse me, honorable sisters, but I'm more than a little lost. Where exactly am I?" Ichikashima-him taps a finger against her chin. "Oh yes, you were unconscious when Sakura brought you here, weren't you?" Taijutsuim folds her hands in her lap and looks down her nose at him as she explains, "You are on the threshold of Ryokai Temple within Ryokai Cave. Further within is the domain of the White Snake Sage, but only those among the ordained who have formed a contract with our people are allowed to enter." Zayden's brow furrows. "May I ask what exactly you mean by ordained? I get the feeling you're not using that word the same way I would." Tagorium puts a hand to her mouth to cover a snorting giggle. "Oh, they must still be calling themselves ninja." Ichikashima-him doesn't bother with modesty, throwing her head back as she cackles. "Do they still believe that fairy tale about Kaguya and the Sage of Six Paths? Oh, that's so cute. I thought they would have outgrown it by now. Can I tell them the truth? Can I please yaos?" Taijutsuim shoots Ichikashima-him another pointed look. "The males, maybe, but not Sakura. She's just stopped crying and if she starts again she's going to flood the cave." Something sharp and hot and terrified shoots from Zayden's heart to his throat, and despite the pain that bursts across his chest as he moves his arm he's pushing himself up to his elbow, words flying from his mouth. "Where are the kids?" The three snake girls jolt back, eyes going wide. Their guises shift, white scales replacing skin, pupils sharpening, jaws unhinging to reveal sharp fangs. They all let out harmonized hisses. Zayden bites his tongue. If there's anything he remembers from stories and scripture, it's that the sacred animals take matters of politeness incredibly seriously. If he didn't just shock these snake girls but also offend them, he's getting eaten, no two ways about it. He quickly bows his head, ignoring how his body creaks and groans at the effort. "My greatest apologies, honorable sisters. My concern overtook my manners. It will not happen again." He keeps his head bowed, but looks up at the snake girls through his eyelashes. They stay still for a moment, the only movement their forked tongues flickering in and out of their mouths. Tagorium and Ichikashima-him look to Taijutsuim. Taijutsuim closes her eyes and gives them a shallow nod. Their guises right themselves, the snake features disappearing and the human faces returning to the fore. Taijutsuim pushes some hair behind her ear and says, "We will forgive this lapse of yours, layman. Pray you do not suffer another. As for your question, Tagorium chimes in, the ordained children are not far. See for yourself. The snake girls move aside with inhuman grace, revealing the full scope of the cavern to Zayden. The first thing he sees is Yugo at the far end of the temple porch. At a glance, he almost looks like he's praying, the way he's kneeling with his head bowed. But then Zayden notices the paper talisman stuck to his forehead, his closed eyes, and the brass monocles around his wrists and ankles. The characters written on the talisman and inscribed along the monocles are glowing a pale green that pulses every time Yugo exhales. The light dances up through the air to the crystals, disappearing into them. Zayden looks to Taijutsuem and asks, "Why is Yugo? What's happening to Yugo?" Taijutsuem clicks her forked tongue against her teeth and sighs. The large one seems to absorb natural energy passively and unconsciously. This cavern is full of it, and while most of the ordained don't notice the presence of natural energy until they've been taught to, and the laity's own natural energy simply resonates with the natural energy surrounding them, the large one quickly started to become overwhelmed by it. Had we not sedated and restrained him, he would have either turned into a stone snake or a monster. Letting either happen to a guest is highly improper. So until he is either removed, executed, or taught to manage this condition of his, this is how he will stay. Zayden stares blankly at the snake girl for a few moments, then says, "I will be perfectly honest, honorable sister. I understood maybe 20% of that." Taijutsuem jolts back again, this time seemingly in pure shock. Do they not teach the laity about natural energy anymore? Zayden shrugs a shoulder, maybe not with the words you're using. All I can tell you is that unless you have money, they don't teach us much of anything. The snake girls exchange puzzled looks. Oh God, they probably don't know what money is. Zayden certainly doesn't want to be the one to teach them, so he turns his attention back to Yugo. The kid's left forearm is still bone and tendon, sitting limp in its brass manacle. Zayden's no expert on any of this, but even he can tell the arm shouldn't stay that way. His eyes travel down the temple stairs, picking out Suijutsu sitting in the middle of the bottom step. He can't see the kid's face from this angle, but he can see him running a whetstone across Kusanaga's blade in tight, sharp, frustrated strokes. And it takes him more than a few moments, so many in fact that he starts to worry she bolted or is hiding with genjutsu, but he finally spots Sakura's distinctive pink hair. The girl is curled up against the far wall, arms wrapped around her chest like she's trying to give herself a hug. Zayden shuts his eyes and sighs through his nose. This is how she was after the monastery, only he can imagine it's 10 times worse than it looks beneath the surface. Zayden turns back to the snake girls and asks, "Could I ask a favor of you, honorable sisters? Could one of you help me down to Suijutsu? I'd like to talk to him, but I don't think I can move that far by myself." Tagorium sniffs haughtily, eyes on his chest, "Of course you can't. After all, sitting up reopened one of your wounds." Zayden follows her gaze down. One of the scabs on his chest has indeed torn open, blood starting to seep from the wound again. Before he can comment on it, Tagorium leans forward, fingers outstretched and glowing a calming green. She traces over where the scab tore, her chakra sealing the wound once again. Zayden's head spins. His heart rate spikes suddenly at the rush of chakra into his system. But it runs deeper than the physical. The only language he has for it is that Tagorium in this moment is in his flesh, veins, cells, and all he wants is her to get out. Ichikashima grabs hold of Zayden's shoulder to steady him. When his vision clears, the two younger snake girls are looking to Taijutsuem again in wide-eyed surprise. Taijutsuem just nods, "Just as I said, sisters. The laity are less receptive to the spiritual arts. Now, Ichikashima, please help Zayden down the stairs. For the time being, he is still our guest." Zayden swallows the shiver those words send up his spine. Despite looking barely older than 13, Ichikashima is easily able to sling Zayden's arm over her shoulders and help him up. Zayden doesn't fight the flood of relief that comes when he looks down and sees his leg is still screwed on. At least if worst comes to worst he can try to run. Ichikashima helps him down the large temple steps, moving at a stiff, deliberate pace with the tip of her forked tongue poking out from the corner of her mouth. He supposes this is what counts for gentle from one of these snakes. It's almost endearing. Ichikashima helps Zayden lower himself down to sit next to Suijutsu. Her job done, She shifts back into a snake and slithers up the steps without so much as a nod. Zayden doesn't watch her go. Instead he turns to study Suijitsu. The kid's eyes are locked on the blade and whetstone in his hands, his jaw clenched tightly shut and his lips pressed into a thin line. Zayden finally lets out a proper, long, heavy sigh all the way from the bottom of his lungs. I know because I'm an adult you're expecting I'm gonna tell you to look on the bright side, Zayden begins, but I'm not gonna patronize you. This sucks. I know it sucks and you know it sucks. So there's no use pretending like it doesn't. Suijitsu strikes the blade with the whetstone hard enough to send up sparks, snarling, I can't believe I went along with some dumbass Leaf Village girl's game of fucking pretend. I knew Leaf Village kids were stupid and soft, but no, the girl with the pink hair and stupid dress her mom made her is different. I'm such a fucking idiot. Suijitsu throws the whetstone out into the cavern, letting Kusanagi clatter from his hands to the steps as he shoves his face in his palms. We're fucked. We're so fucked, Zayden. Zayden shakes his head, we're not fucked yet. But if we want to not be fucked, we're gonna need to rely on the person who got us into this mess to get us out of it. Suijitsu glares at Zayden through his fingers, hell no. Zayden scowls and snaps, no. You do not get to give me or her this kind of crap. We do not have the privilege of holding grudges and being pissed at each other. Not when we're all accessories to treason and sedition. I don't want to be practical either, Suijitsu, but we don't have a choice. We need Sakura if we want to make it out of this cave alive, and that means you need to go and talk to her. Suijitsu pulls his hands off his face and stares wide-eyed at Zayden, why me? Zayden leans down and looks Suijitsu hard in the eye, because I have no idea what she's going through. I can't say anything that'll mean anything to her. But I know you do. So I know you can. Suijitsu freezes, and when he speaks again it's in a horrified whisper, how do you know about that? Zayden frowns at the ground, snake eyes like to talk. Suijitsu bites his lip, serrated teeth drawing blood. Zayden is suddenly glad Suijitsu is on his left. The urge to wrap an arm around the kid's shoulders and give him something like a hug is a lot easier to fight when you don't have an arm to act on it with. Besides, kid would probably melt into water at the shock. As it is, Suijitsu shuts his eyes. He takes a few deep breaths, holding them for 5 seconds each before letting them out. After 4 breaths Suijitsu shoves himself up to his feet and stomps over towards Sakura. Zayden watches him go, eyes and ears trained on them both. Suijitsu settles down next to Sakura. It takes him a few moments before he finally manages to look over at her. Her gaze is glassy and wet, tear tracks cutting 2 thin lines down her face. In the harsh shadows cast by the crystals above all the eye sees how thin, how pale she is. She looks like a ghost. Not an angry, avenging ghost, but one that's using what little strength it has to cling to the world of the living. Suijitsu heaves a sigh. I was gonna just start this with a pull yourself together style speech, but God, I remember what this part of it was like, so I can't really fault you too much for all the wallowing and the crying. Sakura turns her head by a fraction of a degree, just barely enough to qualify her as looking at Suijitsu. What are you talking about? Suijitsu forces a laugh through his teeth, I guess I'll answer that question with a question. You ever wonder how I ended up with Orochimaru? Sakura nods, a tiny motion that jostles more of her hair to fall in front of her eyes. I did. So, here's the thing, Suijitsu sighs, leaning back on his hands, this will get way too complicated if I start at the beginning. So I'm just gonna drop you right in the middle of it. Almost 4 years before you and I met, I was on a mission with my genin team. It was real basic shit, just scout out one of the smaller islands to see if rumors of bandits hiding on it were true. We hit the mangroves and Sensei tells me to take point. I do. Why wouldn't I? He's my sensei, the only person I ever trusted more was my brother, and he. Suijitsu trails off. He pulls his knees up close enough that he can rest his arms on them, not quite curling into a ball, but close. He keeps his eyes stubbornly off of Sakura, who now has turned fully to look at him. Suijitsu swallows hard and mutters, he was long gone. Died on a mission that should have been easy, especially for a swordsman of the mist, a few months before. I didn't get that then, though. Didn't think about it. If I had, I might not have been Suijitsu pauses to scrub at his face with both hands. God, fuck, where was I? Right, taking point. So yeah, there I am, right, waist deep in the mangroves and on the lookout for anyone hiding in the trees. And I spot them. But it's not bandits. It's Umbu, and not our Umbu either. Didn't know what country then, but now I know it was sound. I was able to yell to my team before they jumped on me, but when I looked back, my teammates weren't there. And my sensei was watching, hands in his pockets. I yelled to him for help more than a couple times during the fight. And he just kept watching. Didn't even flinch. So they beat you, Sakura murmurs, staring intently at Suijitsu through her stringy bangs. Suijitsu lets out a bitter little snort. I called it a fight, it was a fucking slaughter. I was good, sure, but not Umbu good. Not take on two Umbu by myself and win good. They knocked me close to unconscious, and while they were getting ready to take me away, I heard them talking to my sensei. Didn't catch much, but never gonna forget what I did pick out. I heard coins change hands, and one of the Umbu said, the next time the Leaf Village calls for aid, remind Lady Mizukage who got rid of the only credible threat to her reign. Suijitsu finally turns to look Sakura in the eyes, a dour glare on his face. My village sold me out. They literally sold me to Orochimaru, just because my great-uncle or great-grand something was the second Mizukage, so apparently that gave me enough claim to the office to be a threat. Never mind that I'm a visibly lower caste than Terumi, never mind that I was 12 and sure, Yagura was young too, but he was still older than I was, and of course never mind that I didn't want the stupid hat. Obviously I'm the problem, and I need to go away, so away I fucking go. Sakura slowly opens her mouth and Suijitsu quickly looks away, shoving out, and I know what you're gonna ask, I'm not gonna explain the caste system right now, shit's too fucking complicated. That's not. I'm sorry, Suijitsu, Sakura mumbles, eyes dropping to the stone floor. Suijitsu sighs hard enough to ruffle his bangs. What I'm trying to say is, this shit happens all the time, Sakura. For stupider, pettier reasons than whatever landed you here. Ninja are tools. That means the people who use us, who own us, think they can throw us away whenever we're not useful to them anymore. Sakura's voice is halting, stumbling out of her mouth like a drunkard. I knew. I had heard about that happening, in other villages. But I thought. You thought the Leaf Village was different, Suijitsu scoffs. You thought that every other village was either a dog-eat-dog hellhole or had gone completely soft and was too weak to defend itself, let alone its country. And you were sure that even though your village had skeletons in its closet, things were better now. Suijitsu roughly shoves Sakura's bangs up and out of her face, forcing her to look him directly in the eye. Guess what, Sakura? So did I. So does every kid in every village's academy. The village needs you to think it's the good one or the strong one or the least bad one, because if you don't, it's gonna be a hell of a lot harder to convince you to murder people for it. He turns away from Sakura, taking his hand off her forehead to run through his own hair. Who knows how much worse things were before Madara and Hashirama founded the first hidden village. But I know for sure that now the villages are rotten to the core, and they're too big and too strong for little revolutions like Sanha's to make a difference. You're better off just turning your back on the whole thing. So that's it then, Sakura warbles, voice cracking and fraying, we just run away. You can do whatever you want, Suijitsu snaps. As for me, ninja never live long. Never have, likely never will. If they stick with their village, they spend that short life doing a bunch of horrible shit just because they're supposed to. If my life's gonna be short, I want to spend it doing what I want to, not what I'm supposed to. And I'm sure as hell not gonna cut it even shorter fighting a hopeless battle. That's as good as turning the knife on myself. Sakura pulls her knees all the way up to her chest. Fight and die. Give up and die. Run and die. Those can't. This can't be. Suijitsu is quiet for a while longer, and once it's clear Sakura isn't going to say any more, he sighs. Okay. Here are the facts. If we step out of this cave, we step into a whole world that wants us dead. We have 2 wounded, one of which is a civilian, so he's gonna take longer to recover than we would. This place is, in theory, somewhere safe and hidden where we could lick our wounds and figure out what's next. But in practice, the snakes that own it want us gone. You're the only one here who can negotiate with them. I don't expect you to fully process your grief in a few minutes. God knows I didn't. But you need to pull yourself together enough to solve this problem, because if you don't, we are fucked. Get me? Sakura presses her face into her knees for a long moment. When she brings her face back up, it's as if she never started crying. Probably a genjutsu. One she's had to use a lot, considering she didn't make any hand signs. Sakura rises to her feet, moving with a smoothness that is almost as unnatural as the snake girl's, and strides over towards the stairs. She climbs up past Zayden, eyes steadily forward. Zayden frowns as he watches her over his shoulder. It's probably for the best she didn't look at him. He's not sure what he would have said if she did. The only thing in his throat right now is a burning, tangled knot of anger, at Orochimaru, at her village, at every damn thing that dropped a teenage girl into this literal snake pit. Civilian kids may grow up fast, too. They've got to if they're gonna help the family business, help around the house, keep the family going. But they don't grow up like this. No one should grow up like this. The massive temple doors groan open at Sakura's approach, and quickly start to creak closed once she's over the threshold. They don't close all the way. Taijutsuhim, Ichikashimahim, and Tagorium slither up to the doors, shifting back into human form so they can hold them open a crack and poke their faces in to watch what happens next. Zayden doesn't go that far. He doesn't want to see Sakura grovel. But for his own sake, he has to hear it. Sakura's voice only wavers at the very edges as she speaks. Words cannot express how sorry I am for intruding upon your hospitality and straining the bounds of our contract, Your Holiness. We were in grave, mortal danger, and I. A booming, raspy, feminine voice snaps, you need not speak your reasons, hatchling. Anyone with eyes could see them. That you invited yourself into the cave via the reverse summoning contract to get out of danger is one matter. Inviting yourself in whilst you are being actively hunted and bringing others who have not proven themselves worthy of a contract into this sacred chamber is quite another. Sakura pauses for a moment, then murmurs, I know. And once more I apologize. But I must ask, I must beg you to be lenient. It's as you said, Your Holiness, we are being hunted. And we can't run from our pursuers while two of us are injured. Ryokai Cave is nearly impossible to find, much less infiltrate. Please, grant us sanctuary here, just long enough for us to regroup. That is all I ask. That's all you ask, the snake sage scoffs, you say that as though it's a small thing. Remember your own words, hatchling Ryokai Cave is nearly impossible to find and infiltrate. Skilled hunters with keen hounds can find their way into any warren if they're determined enough to catch their prey. In asking for safety you put us in danger. And what do you offer in return? Nothing, as of yet. It's not at all a wonder you murdered Orochimaru, you have surpassed your master in terms of your pure, unadulterated arrogance. Sakura's breath hitches as she stammers, I have not offered anything in return so that you may. So that you may name your own terms, Your Holiness. The unfortunate truth of the matter is, we can't bring you sacrifices or supplicants. All we have is what was on our backs when we arrived. You already have my service whenever you require it, as is the terms of our contract. But that is all I can give, all I can guarantee. I beg of you, on my knees, to please. Please grant us sanctuary. And whatever price you require we will pay as soon as we are able. Zayden presses his face into his hand. This is what he was afraid of. There's nothing worse to bring to the negotiating table than naked desperation. But he can't help her. None of them can. He can only hope the snakes make it quick. There's another long pause, and when the snake sage speaks again her voice is soft. I simply have one question, hatchling. When you killed Orochimaru, what were his final words to you? Sakura takes a deep, shuddering breath, then replies in a voice that cracks without breaking, He said. Save your tears, little flower. We'll meet again. Sentimental fool, the sage laughs, sounding less like a near-divine creature and more a doting grandmother, then you are still to be counted as one of his brood. The laws of hospitality dictate that we cannot deny you and yours refuge while you are healing. But once all of your companions are well enough to travel, you are to leave at once. Zayden's head shoots up and he whirls to stare wide-eyed over his shoulder. The two younger snake girls are exchanging similar looks of shock, but Taijutsuim is still focused on the chamber within. The white snake sage's soft spot for Orochimaru and his brood must not be a surprise to her. Sakura's voice comes out in a babble, "Why you? I can't thank you so much, your holiness, I swear we." "Do not thank me yet, hatchling," the sage sneers, the sound rattling through the cavern. "The layman and the large one may need to rest while they heal, but you and the child of the ocean do not. I intend to make you earn your sanctuary." The snake girls titter to each other with hissing laughs, and Zayden can hear the slump of Sakura's shoulders in her reply, "Yes, of course, your holiness. Whatever you require." Well, that's that, then. They have sanctuary, at least for the moment. And all it cost was Sakura's dignity. Zayden supposes he should feel relieved. But all he feels is sick. The first thing that comes out of Kakashi's mouth once he's regained consciousness is, "We need to talk." It's both a shock and a relief for Naruto to hear that. The long walk back to Sand may have been a bittersweet victory lap for the Sand Shinobi, but for Naruto and Sasuke it had been quiet and tense as both of them mulled over the mission. Sasuke, at least, had been able to keep himself busy with tending to the wounded. Naruto didn't have any distractions. All he had was his own thoughts. And that hadn't let up once they'd returned to the village. It seemed like every man, woman, and child had come to welcome their Kazekage home with bright grins and tears in their eyes. Gaara and his siblings had been swept away to deal with the political fallout of this incident, and Sasuke had to oversee and assist in Kakashi's treatment. That had left Naruto to pace around the hospital, munching on his rations to stave off the effects of the soldier pill he took, waiting for Kakashi to get out of the surgical theater. Even once Kakashi was out of surgery and he and Sasuke had nothing else to do but wait at his bedside, Naruto still couldn't extract himself from his own head. He kept trying to voice his worries to Sasuke, but there were just too many and the only words he could find to make them concrete made him sound like an asshole. There's so much they need to talk through, but the idea of being the one to start that conversation is somehow scarier than facing down the Akatsuki. Therefore, shock and relief when Kakashi does it for him. Sasuke helps Kakashi sit up, brow furrowed and lips pursed. Before Kakashi continues, he looks the two of them over with his one dark eye. The other hasn't opened. Naruto can't help squirming in the stiff plastic chair. It's been ages since Kakashi last scolded him, but the look in his eye makes Naruto think he's in for the dressing down of a lifetime. "We may have accomplished our mission," Kakashi begins, "but we were way too reckless. I'll grant you both that the situation was urgent. But even with that in mind, there were some bad calls we all made. And not just because the Kazekage and a friend was in danger." Kakashi's eye focuses squarely on Naruto. "If you have a problem with us, Naruto, the only way we can work on solving it is if you tell us. You haven't been anywhere near as subtle about it as you think you've been. All three of us know exactly what can happen if resentment is allowed to brew unchecked beneath the surface." Naruto proves Kakashi right by visibly flinching. "Sasuke," Kakashi says, turning his eye to him, "I know you were trying not to repeat old mistakes. But you overcompensated. You went too hard the other way, and as a result we could have lost not only our target but our entire team. And we did have a casualty. I'm not blaming you for Cho's death, that wouldn't be fair. But I won't sugarcoat it and say that the pace you set for this mission wasn't a factor." Sasuke's cheek dimples ever so slightly as he bites the inside of it, but aside from that, no change in his expression. Kakashi's eye slides shut, his shoulders slump, and he sighs, "And then there's me. I could have put my foot down so much sooner. I could have prevented so much of this, but I let my own past mistakes keep defining the ones I'm making now. I didn't question you, Sasuke, because I was so invested in your growth and how far you'd come that I wanted to see what you'd do. And I didn't question you, Naruto, because I felt guilty over the rift I let form between us and second-guessed myself." Naruto's eyes go wide. That Kakashi even knows there's a rift between them is maybe the biggest shock Naruto's gotten today. "I could go on and on about what I did wrong, but this is about all three of us," Kakashi continues, and the fact of the matter is, unless we can get what's going on and what's making us all act like this out into the open to start fixing it, Team Kakashi is likely going to disband almost as soon as it was formed. So, let's all of us get what's eating us off our chests. Even though that was an open invitation to just blurt out all his feelings, Naruto still hesitates. Because what's him feeling left out and ignored next to Sasuke needing to know if Kakashi murdered someone? And at the very least, the fact that Naruto's feelings about Kakashi are so dumb and childish means they can be talked through. What are they gonna say when he tells them he doesn't feel the same burning drive to get Sakura back that they do? That she's nowhere near as enshrined in his heart as she is in theirs. That his good memories of her have all been tainted by the fact that she tried to kill him for reasons he doesn't understand. That could turn a rift into a chasm. But he has to say something. Maybe he can't say all of it, but he can at least try. Naruto opens his mouth a half second before Sasuke does, blurting out over him, even back when things were fine, Team 7 didn't really feel like something we were all part of. Yeah, when we were on missions and training before the exams and stuff it wasn't always like that, but then the exams screwed everything up. Suddenly Team 7 was you and Sasuke and Sakura and you just left me. Like I know why they needed special attention but I needed you too. And you pawned me off on other people like you didn't even want to deal with me. And that never really changed. Naruto takes a deep breath, shutting his eyes as he continues, I had hoped we could start again when I came back, but then. The day I get back, you're late. You're always late, I know, but I thought you'd maybe try to be on time to see me for the first time in 2 years but you didn't. And you and Sasuke kept talking about how you'd spent 2 years together, about how well you know each other, and when it was just you and me on the mission I realized I don't know you at all, Kakashi-sensei. Because nothing had changed. All my friends, all the good stuff I remembered about the village had changed. But the bad shit is still the same. Everything about Sakura is on the tip of his tongue. But when Naruto opens his eyes, he sees Sasuke and Kakashi staring at him, eyes wide. There's a twist, a shot of something like fear through his gut. Naruto tucks his head down, chin nearly against his chest. He can't do it. He can't. So he mumbles instead, I know it's stupid. But it's been gnawing at me this whole mission. So. It isn't stupid, Naruto, Kakashi immediately replies, and I'm sorry for letting things get this bad. Whatever my reasons, I knew that you didn't have anyone else, and left you alone anyway. All I can do now is try to make up for that going forward, and I intend to. Naruto. Naruto isn't sure what he expected. There's some vindication in the fact that Kakashi is acknowledging he fucked up, he guesses. And realistically, yeah, Kakashi can't really do anything but try and be better. And with their lives and jobs being as chaotic as they are, he can't really promise what form that'll take. But there's only so much reassurance, so much catharsis, I'll do better in the future, can give. Especially when the person making that claim hasn't done much to prove they can or will back it up. Naruto crosses his arms tight over his chest, his eyes glued to his knees as he mumbles, all right. Sasuke frowns at the floor for a few moments before looking up, meeting Kakashi's gaze dead on, there's something we need to know, Kakashi. That technique you used to neutralize the one tail. We know that was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi freezes. Both eyes fly open wide. Naruto's not sure if he's breathing. Naruto sits up straight, eyes darting between Kakashi and Sasuke. Sasuke is similarly sitting straight-backed with his shoulders square, but his hands are clasped in his lap to hide the fact that they're shaking. We all know how you get the Mangekyo, Sasuke continues, voice sharp enough to cut, and we all know how you said you got your Sharingan. We need the truth, Kakashi. And I need to know why you didn't tell me about this before. Kakashi is silent for a very long moment. He's not looking at them, not really. His eyes are somewhere far away. After a while, he takes a deep breath, one hand drifting slowly up to the edge of his mask. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes both go wide. They exchange frantic glances, both of them open their mouths to say what, he's not sure either of them know, but before any words escape Kakashi is already pulling his mask down. And his face is normal. Perfectly normal in every way. There's a mole near the corner of his mouth, but beyond that, he's just a guy. He's pressed his lips into a tight, tense line as he exhales through his nose. Naruto looks to Sasuke again. His face is a mess of emotion, shock, and wonder and embarrassment and regret and curiosity and so much more battling for dominance. Naruto's sure he probably looks the same. When Kakashi speaks, his voice is trembling. I didn't tell you, Sasuke, because I'm. It's not something I'm proud of. I didn't. I never wanted you, either of you, any of you, to know that I'd done this. I don't want to know that I've done this. The memory is. It's enough to make me sick, sometimes, and wait, Kakashi-sensei, you really don't have to tell us, Naruto exclaims, his hands flailing wildly out in front of him in a gesture he's trying to make look reassuring. If this is too much, I get that you want us to know the truth, but if you're not ready. I'm never going to be ready, Kakashi cuts in, a wry bruise of a smile coloring the edge of his mouth, and you both deserve the truth, no matter how ugly it is. So. Bear with me, this is a story that. It hurts to tell it. Naruto feels like his bones are made of lead. He can't leave, no matter how much he wants to. Kakashi takes another deep, shuddering breath, and begins, I've told Sasuke about one of my teammates, Obito Uchiha. He's the one who gifted me his Sharingan when he was on the verge of death. Everything about that story is true. I didn't kill Obito, we were forced to flee before he'd actually died, otherwise all three of us would have been crushed to death. He died alone. The pure pain and regret in those words is more than enough to convince Naruto. From how he glances at Sasuke from the corner of his eye and sees him with his eyes squarely on the floor, bottom lip pinned between his teeth, he's certain Sasuke is too. The third member of my team was named Rin Nohara, Kakashi continues, I can tell from the look on your face, Sasuke, that name is ringing a bell. It should. Nohara is Sakura's mother's maiden name. Rin would have been Sakura's aunt. She was kind, gentle, intelligent, everything you'd hope for from an aspiring medical ninja. She was the one who performed the transplant. Obito was my friend at the end of it all, but he'd been her best friend since the academy. And she took his eye out without even flinching. She sounds incredible, Naruto murmurs, eyes wide in a kind of melancholy wonder. Kakashi's faded smile returns, she was. But. Not even a year later, she was kidnapped by Mist. They had sealed the three tails inside her, and at the time, we had no idea why. I was sent in to rescue her, and I did retrieve her. But we were pursued by Mist Ninja as we ran, and she kept telling me to kill her before we made it to the village, because she didn't want the three tails to destroy it. I kept saying it didn't have to come to that there had to be another way. I had promised I would protect her. While Obito was dying, I promised him. And even beyond that, she was. Kakashi shuts his eyes, covering his mouth as he takes another hitching breath. Naruto's brow furrows, trying to put the pieces together. He looks to Sasuke again. Sasuke's head is bowed, forehead resting against his clasped hands. His jaw is clenched tightly shut. And it clicks. Kakashi had loved her. Naruto's heart drops into his stomach. Kakashi drags his hand down his face, the Mist Ninja caught up to us. There were. God, I don't even remember how many there were. That fight was a blur, it was just me and Rin against dozens of Jonin, dozens of Umbu, and they. I just said it, they were Umbu, I had to use the Chidori, there was no other choice, so I gathered the chakra and turned to strike the nearest enemy and. Kakashi is staring at his shaking right hand as he whispers, and there she was. And my hand was. It was. Kakashi chokes on a sound. He presses his face into his hand. Naruto doesn't need any time to put these pieces together. His mind is violently shunted all the way back to the land of waves. He's seen exactly what it looks like when the Chidori hits someone square in the heart. He remembers the sound, the crunching, bursting sound like crushing a giant beetle. He remembers exactly how long it takes someone to die. They maybe have a few seconds, long enough to choke out one name, before they fade away. He remembers exactly how close the killer gets to their victim, face to face, almost nose to nose, with no choice but to look them in the eye as they die. Naruto's heart twists. He supposes this is proof that Kakashi is going to make an effort to let him get close, to share with him the kind of things he's shared with Sasuke, but he doesn't feel happy about it. How could anyone feel happy about this? Sasuke's the one who breaks the silence. I'm sorry. I didn't. I shouldn't have. I thought the worst of you, and now I'm sorry. Kakashi doesn't say anything. Naruto purses his lips, brow furrowed, as he thinks it over more. For what it's worth, Naruto mumbles, you were surrounded, right? You had a bunch of guys on you, and you were trying really hard to save Rin, and she'd just been telling you to kill her. There was a lot going on all at once. If I were your sensei or part of the brass or whatever back then, I wouldn't have blamed you for that. Kakashi slowly takes his hand off his face. His eyes are red-rimmed and hollow. He taps one finger to the corner of his Sharingan and simply says, well, I know Obito does. Naruto's jaw drops, and suddenly the boy he was at 12 who could never hold a thing back reappears in a flash as he shouts, what? What the fuck? No, that's... Look, okay, I don't get how the Sharingan works, but there is no goddamn way you can believe for even a second Obito would blame you for this. He was your friend, right? He loved you enough to give you his eye, right? And you said it yourself, you'd never kill Rin. You promised to protect her. If the Mangekyo Sharingan thinks that you hitting her on accident counts as killing someone you love, then it can fuck off, because it's wrong, and you can't let a stupid eyeball tell you how to feel, believe it. Kakashi and Sasuke are gawking at him again, and Naruto can feel heat creeping up the back of his neck. God, how did he used to do that? Just say shit and not care about the consequences? He can see Sasuke's jaw clenching tight, probably about to tell him that he has no idea what he's talking about, because he doesn't. Oh god, why didn't he just keep his big mouth shut? Kakashi chuckles weakly, well, that's good. I was starting to worry you'd lost that spark of yours, Naruto. Naruto's jaw clacks shut, his eyes somehow finding a way to go even wider. Sasuke looks to Kakashi like he'd just grown a second head. Kakashi shakes his head and says, I know it's not healthy to think that way, but it's one thing to know that, another thing to understand it. What I can say is, Kakashi shifts in his hospital bed, getting close enough to the edge that he can reach out and put a hand on both Naruto and Sasuke's shoulders. My team fell to pieces once. My sensei, Obito, Rin, all three of them are dead. That story is finished. But the three of us are alive. Sakura is alive. And anything I can do to make sure you don't go through what I went through, I'll do. That's a promise. Naruto's gut twists. Well, that settles it. He can never tell Sasuke and Kakashi how he feels about Sakura. So instead of letting himself blurt all that out, Naruto hooks one arm around Kakashi's shoulders and the other around Sasuke's to pull them in for a rough, kinda awkward, but very warm group hug. Sasuke jolts at the sudden embrace, but after a moment returns it with just as much force. Kakashi wriggles an arm free to pull his mask back up, but not before Naruto catches him smiling. Careful with that, Kabuto drawls, it's worth far more than you are. The Soundumbu bristles at his comment, but adjusts his hold on the glass pod as he carries it out of the laboratory. Sound ninja are buzzing around the lab like bees as they break down select pieces of equipment, disconnect containment pods, bundle up records, and cart them all out of the room to be spirited away from this hideout. The root operative at Kabuto's side, the red-headed Yamanaka Danzo usually likes to keep close at hand, is watching the proceedings with the blank stare Kabuto remembers all too well. It had taken quite a bit to break himself of that training. Really, it's the least the old man could do to send some of his own men to help with the handover, Kabuto grouses, adjusting the royal purple haori draped over his shoulders. There's so much more important things my men and I should be doing. This is your part of the bargain, the Yamanaka drones, you must uphold it yourself. Kabuto clicks his tongue against his teeth. He can't really argue with that. Still, this whole thing is so tedious. At the very least once he's moved everything he managed to badger Danzo into letting him keep to Jungsimji, he won't have to bother with the upkeep and infrastructure of these hideouts anymore. That was always one of the greatest drains on the Sound Village's coffers. Maintaining one underground hideout is a massive, self-sufficient, multi-purpose structure with its own water supply and electricity network is expensive. Maintaining a network of them across not just one country but multiple had nearly bankrupted them. Suffice to say, Kabuto is more than happy to be downsizing. I had been under the impression Sai was going to be overseeing the handover, Kabuto remarks, glancing at the Yamanaka from the corner of his eye. The Yamanaka shows exactly why he's one of Danzo's favorites by not flinching, pausing, or giving any other tells. Sai has shown signs that his assignment as Harano's handler has compromised him. After the failed assassination attempt, he was sent back to the village immediately for evaluation. Kabuto lets out a low hum as he thinks that over. Usually that's all but a death sentence. But Sai's abilities, at least from what Kabuto's seen, are fairly unique. It would be a waste for Danzo to just kill him outright. If the evaluation shows he can be reprogrammed, they'll likely give it a try. Kabuto chuckles through his teeth, poor kid. Chameleon comes strolling over from the far side of the room, dusting off his hands as he says, "That's the last of it." Finally, Kabuto grouses, pushing off the wall, "If I never see the inside of one of these places again I can die happy." Yamanaka turns to Kabuto and asks, "Do you have the missive?" "Of course," Kabuto replies, pulling a scroll emblazoned with red ink and gold leaf from his shirt and lazily handing it over. "Feel free to make whatever alterations you like. Just keep the core message intact." Yamanaka doesn't bother opening the scroll, simply pocketing it and bowing from the waist. "We will see that it arrives in a timely manner." They form half a seal and, in a whirl of leaves, disappear. Kabuto strides out of the laboratory, holding a hand absently out to one side. Raven appears from the shadows, placing his helm in his waiting palm. It's similar to a cage's hat in shape, but the insignia of sound is emblazoned upon a raised metal disc. Sharp, sweeping prongs extend from either side of the insignia, creating a crescent moon shape. Kabuto dons his helm as he orders, "Chameleon, see that everything makes it back to Jungsimji in one piece. If there's even a scratch on any of it, I'll know. Raven, send word to Sasori that I'm upping the timetable on our meeting to the 16th. Understood." They both bow their heads and reply, "As you command, Lord Shogun," before flickering out of sight. A grin spreads across Kabuto's face, chills shooting up and down his spine. Oh, he hopes he never gets used to hearing that. Chapter 12, 11. The moon is just visible above the horizon when Tsunade's office door rattles open. Shizun squeezes through it, face white as a sheet. Tsunade immediately drops her pen, standing as quickly as she can and fighting past a head rush. She's been working for what feels like 12 hours straight. The moment she thinks she's done more comes crashing down onto her desk. She'd had to eat lunch and dinner here, and neither was very substantial. She is in no mood for bad news. But she's the Hokage, so she doesn't have a choice. "What's happening, Shizun?" Shizun's eyes dart between Tsunade and the door before she stammers, "The council is on their way here. I don't know how they got this news first, but they have it, and they're insisting on talking to you about it now." Tsunade's brow furrows, "What news?" "The land of..." Shizun is cut off by the door creaking open, and a weathered voice droning, "Lady Hokage. We have received official word from the land of sound that you will find very interesting." Shizun freezes, slowly turning and shuffling aside to reveal Danzo darkening Tsunade's doorway. Yudin and Mito Kato are just barely visible behind him, their faces the pinched, disapproving masks they always are. It takes every ounce of Tsunade's composure to keep from sneering. "What I already find interesting is how you got your hands on this information before I did," Tsunade remarks, an eyebrow lifting in challenge. "A fortunate coincidence, nothing more," Mito Kato parries, pushing his glasses up with his middle finger. "I happened to be nearby when the code breakers deciphered the message. They thought it prudent to hand it over to a member of the council, given the matter's importance." Tsunade's lips press together into a tight line. That feels like a lie. Something in Tsunade's gut is screaming that it's bullshit. But logically, it's infuriatingly plausible. Yudin and Mito Kato are always skulking about the tower, maintaining a presence so that the rank and file never forget how much authority they hold. Danzo also makes sporadic appearances, as though he has nominally less power than Mito Kato and Yuditen. What power he has is power he will never let people forget. And though Tsunade and all of the heads of the various different departments in the village know that everything goes to her before it goes to the council, bureaucracy being what it is makes it unfortunately quite easy for the lower ranks to forget the details of the chain of command. If Tsunade can think all that through, these three have definitely factored it into their story. Trying to catch them in this lie will just spark a fruitless argument she doesn't have time for. Unfortunately, she'll have to go along with it for now. Well then, I hope you gave them a stern reprimand about breaking chain of command and village protocol, Tsunade remarks, voice deliberately light. So what was so important that it necessitated an immediate council meeting? As the three elders make their way inside, Shizun shutting the door behind them, Mito Kato retrieves a scroll from up his sleeve. The scroll is highly ornamented with gold leaf and red ink. It's so gaudy Tsunade has half a mind to think she's being insulted by it. Mito Kato hands it to Danzo, who hands it to Tsunade. Tsunade unspools the scroll across her desk and begins to read. To the esteemed 5th Hokage Tsunade Senju. I hope this missive finds you well. I write to you with unfortunate tidings, but a hopeful heart. It is with no shortage of regret that I inform you a revolt among the ninja and the peasantry in the land of sound has cost first Otokage Orochimaru and Daimyo Kazuyuki Sato their lives. I am certain you have your fair share of questions, but the details of this event are sensitive enough that they ought not be discussed in a message that can be intercepted and decoded by our enemies. What is pertinent and safe for me to tell you is that I, Kabuto Yakushi, have quelled the chaos with the help of those ninjas still loyal to this country and taken the reins as the shogun of sound. While Orochimaru may have been my mentor and employer once, I am hoping not to repeat his mistakes, and to forge a new, peaceful, prosperous path for the land of sound. It is to that end that I think old grudges should be put to rest and new alliances rise from their ashes. I humbly request to meet with you and Daimyo Agazawara in 10 days' time to discuss terms of peace. You need not trouble yourselves trying to find a neutral meeting place, for I've already made arrangements with the land of hot water for our meeting in Chikyo. I await your swift reply. Sincerely, Shogun Kabuto Yakushi. Tsunade's mouth drops open and she exclaims, what the hell? Not quite how I would have phrased it, Yuditen sniffs imperiously, but I don't disagree with the sentiment. We need to react to this quickly. Tsunade shakes her head, holding a hand up, no we don't, these claims are all insane. You can't expect me to make a decision without proof that any of this is true. All Danzo says is, these came with the scroll, before dropping a pair of photographs on her desk. They're two different angles on the same subject, the severed heads of Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato mounted upon Jungsimji's southern gate. For a moment, Tsunade forgets how to breathe. Orochimaru had been so many things over the past 50 years, but her heart will never let her forget that before any of them, he had been her friend. He'd been close to her in a way Jiraiya never could be. They'd bonded over their insatiable curiosity, desire to innovate, and unmatched work ethic. She'd even had a crush on him when they were children, before they both grew up enough for her to realize he could never be emotionally available in the way she needed, when he was sober, anyway. And now she's staring at a photograph of his severed head. Tsunade finds herself sinking back down into her chair. She's not sure if she's about to pass out or throw up, but she knows she can't do either in front of the council. While he's certainly using a lot of reconciliatory language, Mito Kato remarks, the subtext here is a blatant threat. Tsunade finally manages to pull her thoughts together into something useful, not necessarily a threat, but definitely a power move. The photos are one thing, but the most obvious flex here is the meeting time. Asking a Kage and a daimyo to clear their schedules and meet with you in a matter of days is absolutely delusional. It's an assertion of the legitimacy of his office, Yuditen sneers. One head of state asking to meet with another to discuss peace terms would be an exception to that rule. No doubt if you refused, he would claim you weren't taking him seriously. Which, I'll be blunt, I don't see why I should, Tsunade snaps, glaring up at the council. As far as this village and this country is concerned, the only audience Kabuto Yakushi is owed is with a tribunal to discuss his sentence for espionage, treason, and sedition. The man was instrumental in helping Orochimaru invade this village and assassinate Hiruzen. Which isn't even mentioning the fact that I've been personally attacked by him, and so have both of my apprentices in our Jinchuriki. If we didn't humor Orochimaru's attempts at playing politics, I don't know why we should extend the same courtesy to his star pupil. If he didn't feel it necessary to lie about Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato's fates, I've no doubt he's telling the truth about the arrangements he's made with the Land of Hot Water as well, Yodaten replies, which indicates at least one nation is treating his new government in office as legitimate. Tsunade resists the urge to roll her eyes. Of course now they're treating Hot Water like it's a politically relevant nation whose opinion on anything matters. Some days she swears the council's political alignment is just contrarian. Instead of stating that up front, Tsunade comes at it from the side. To be fair to Hot Water, they've always had to be delicate with how they handle the Land of Sound if they wanted to keep from being turned into another land of swamps. And yet, when the country should be significantly weakened and no longer a threat, Danzo counters, Hot Water is as afraid of them as ever, perhaps even more so. Another threat Kabuto is making is in the use of that title. Tsunade frowns, cracking the knuckles on her left hand finger by finger. It tacitly declares him the political and military leader of the country. There's no shortage of Kage who'd prefer to be shogun. His public declaration that he is one will give them ideas, Mito Kato continues, and if the most powerful Kage and daimyo in the world show everyone that they're intimidated by refusing to treat with him, there's no doubt in my mind that someone as enterprising as Kabuto will be perfectly happy to stoke those flames. Tsunade grits her teeth, growling through them, so that's the real message here, indulge me or I'll set this whole continent on fire. At a time like this, the last thing the Land of Fire can appear to be is weak, Danzo states, hard and resolute. Our position is not ideal, but we can do more to turn it to our advantage by showing up to the negotiating table rather than ignoring this opportunity out of hand. Danzo pauses, taking a breath that shakes ever so slightly, before he continues, for all our differences, Hiruzen was my friend. I am as loath to cooperate with someone complicit in his murder as you are. But if it must be done to protect our people, then let it be done. Everything in her recoils from that display of sentiment from Danzo. Who in the world does Danzo think he is, trying to appeal to her emotions, when all he ever does is? That flash of sense disappears, so quickly Tsunade won't remember it was even there. A resentful, begrudging acknowledgement is slotted into its place. Yes, Danzo was one of her teacher's closest friends and confidants. Just as Yodaten and Mito Kato were. That's why Danzo was definitely, absolutely, certainly allowed a provisional, less than official, very occasional advisory position back on the Leaf Village Council shortly before Hiruzen's death. It's not yet time to go against one of her teacher's final decrees. Not yet. Tsunade rubs at her temple, sighing. Shizen, draft a response to Kabuto telling him that we accept and will meet him at the appointed time. Also, start drafting a message to Daimyo Yamazakura informing him of the situation. Be very deferential. This is gonna be a hard sell. Shizen doesn't leave right away. There's a moment, just a moment, where Shizen's eyes are darting between the elders and Tsunade. Her brow is furrowed, her jaw set tight like she's trying to puzzle something out. Tsunade arches an eyebrow. What could she be? Before Tsunade has too much time to think on that, Shizen shakes her head and bows at the waist, at once, Lady Hokage. With that, Shizen is out of the room, and Yodaten is speaking again. Good, with that settled, we ought to discuss how you will be approaching these peace talks. After hearing word of Team Kakashi's last mission, there's something we had in mind. Tsunade shuts her eyes, sighing through her nose. This is going to be a long night. Sakura. Come here, we have a task for you. Sakura frowns over her shoulder. She thought cleaning the shed skins out of the tunnels was her task, but the snakes are nothing if not unpredictable. Sakura shuts her eyes, reminding herself that more work means less time to wallow. She sends a few sparks of fire chakra through the shed skin at her feet to cleanly incinerate it, then heads back the way she came. She has to squint every time she goes from the cramped, dark tunnels to the main chamber. There has to be sunlight filtering down through the crystals. That's the only way it can be this bright during the day in here. Ichikashima him appears from nowhere to fall in step with Sakura. So, are you curious? Do you have any idea what your task will be? I could not hope to guess, honored sister, Sakura replies in the pleasantly neutral tone she was taught in the Academy's Kunoichi classes, "It is not my place." Ichikashima him blows a forked raspberry at Sakura. "Taijutsu did far too good a job scaring you straight, at least when you were rude and arrogant you weren't boring." Sakura keeps her knee-jerk response of, "better boring than dead," to herself. She's always been dimly aware that priorities and values of the sacred animals are arcane at best, alien at worst. The only way to avoid breaking a rule you didn't know existed and carried the death penalty was to be as mild and agreeable as possible. But that was information she learned to help her deal with them in sparring, transactional encounters. It's cold comfort when she's actually living with them. Having to act like this all the time, especially right now, is torture. Ichikashima him reverts smoothly into her snake form, slithering ahead. Sakura follows her lead up the temple stairs. She passes Zayden on her way up. He hasn't moved much over the past day, mostly because he can't without risking reopening his wounds. They exchange glances and nods. Sakura pretends she doesn't feel him watching as she continues her climb. Ichikashima him leads Sakura over to the edge of the porch where Yugo has been kneeling for the past 24 hours. Sakura's gut twists. She'd unknowingly made so many grand promises she could never keep, but the one that hurts the worst is the one she made to Yugo. Sakura had promised him a better life, a new home, a new start. And all he's gotten is grievously wounded and placed in a coma. Sakura kneels down at Yugo's side. "What would you like me to do, honored sister?" Ichikashima him shifts back to her human form so she can gesture to Yugo. "I think we all can agree that this is no proper way for any host to leave their guest, yes? So, as an introduction to your greater task, we will start with a small one. You are to identify the natural energy within this boy, separate it from his chakra, and siphon all of it out of him. Simple." Sakura struggles to keep her jaw from dropping. She doesn't even know where to begin with that. She supposes the most obvious point is that she barely has an idea of what natural energy even is. Orochimaru mentioned it in passing and it came up on occasion when she was researching wood style, but nobody had been kind enough to give her its basic description. And she knows Ichikashima him won't, either. The snakes are very sink or swim in their teaching style, just like. Sakura purses her lips far too hard, forcing herself to look Yugo up and down while reaching out with her chakra sense. Her eyes drift to his monocles, to the glowing glyphs and wisps of green light that come pulsing out of them every time Yugo exhales. Now that she's looking at it more closely, the green light is quite familiar. It tugs on memories of Orochimaru's monstrous form falling to pieces as he died, those hunks of flesh dissolving into chakra and this. Sakura tentatively reaches out, fingertips ghosting along the script as she narrows her sixth sense down to this area. She picks up something, but it isn't chakra. While there can be minute differences from person to person, on the whole raw chakra buzzes at a constant rate and is warm to the touch. This pulse is like a heartbeat, cool like river water every time it washes over her hand. Sakura closes her eyes, keeping the cold pulse and the green light in the center of her mind. Chakra signatures light up in her mind's eye, Ichikashima him at her side and Yugo in front of her. At the edges of her sensing range she can pick out the white snake sage and Zayden, as well. But now that she's seen it, felt it, this new energy slowly starts to appear all around her. It flows out from Yugo's monocles and to the crystals above, then into the stone above that. She follows that path and finds more of this energy in the limestone floor, in the wood of the temple facade, in the water dripping from the stalactites. Yugo's chakra signature had always seemed strange to Sakura, and now she realizes why. It's not pure chakra. This other energy is mixing with it, leaching up from the ground into his chakra network and moving against its natural flow. Yugo isn't the only creature glowing green from within. Sakura picks up drops of it within herself, not in her chakra network but beneath it, in the very bones and flesh that make up her body, and, in the curse mark. Sakura can't think about that for too long, as her focus is drawn to the great well of energy that is the white snake sage. Just like Yugo, her vast reserves are filled with more than just chakra. Chakra moves one way through her myriad coils while this energy moves the other, matching their paces in a perfect balance. And most surprising of all, while Zayden has the typical weak, dim chakra signature of a civilian, this other energy seems to suffuse his entire body and fill the spaces chakra occupies in a ninja. There's too much of it pulsing all around her, making her feel like she is a small creature swallowed whole with no other option but to listen to the heartbeat of the beast that ate her. She draws her sixth sense back, forcing it to focus on her own chakra. Sakura's eyes fly open and she turns to Ichikashima him, breathless. Is that natural energy? It's everywhere. And Zayden, why is it in Zayden? Ichikashima him leans back on her hands, grinning wide. Beautiful, isn't it? That is the essence of life, Sakura, the essence of the natural world. And of course it's in the layman, why wouldn't it be? The laity are of the natural, just as we ordained are of the spiritual. That is the way. Sakura blinks, slowly at first, then quicker and quicker. Of course Ichikashima him found a way to answer her question by bringing up a dozen more. Sakura stows them all away. She still has a task ahead of her, after all, and she's only completed the first part of it. Sakura takes a few deep breaths, shuts her eyes, and opens her sixth sense. The sheer amount of natural energy around her is still dizzying, but she counters that by narrowing her focus. Yugo's body is pulling natural energy into itself without Yugo needing to do anything but breathe. It's difficult to follow its exact path through his body, especially as it mixes with and rubs up against his chakra. But, less via her sensor abilities and more basic deductive reasoning, Sakura is able to trace it down to his monocles and into the air. Sakura's tongue pokes out of the corner of her mouth as she thinks. She sets her fingers on the monocles once more, this time with the intention of feeling out exactly what they're doing. It takes her a while, but Sakura is able to break down the basic principles at work. They behave almost like magnets, attracting natural energy and repelling chakra at a rate just slightly slower than Yugo is absorbing it. Sakura is going to have to drain the natural energy from Yugo much quicker than that. That's not something she's going to accomplish entirely by herself on her first try. But if she uses the monocles as a stopgap, that might be something. Sakura gets as good a grip on the monocles as she can. She sends leading lines of chakra into the metal, feeling out where they connect to Yugo's network and creating a connection to her own. When Yugo breathes out, Sakura breathes in. On each inhale, she pulls the natural energy in the monocles into herself. On each exhale, she pushes it out through her chakra points. It's like trying to bail out a sinking ship with a bucket. Yugo is taking on more natural energy than she can carry. But that's nothing she wasn't expecting. Sakura starts gathering more natural energy on each inhale, trying to push it out faster and faster each time. She's not sure she's succeeding. Natural energy, she's finding, doesn't like to be moved. It rubs up against her chakra, the cool current giving way to burning friction. Sakura can feel her skin pricling and burning in an unnervingly familiar way, but instead of flower petals blooming across her skin it feels like she's growing scales. Sakura bites her lip with teeth far sharper than she remembers. However painful the work, she is making progress. Yugo is starting to glow more blue than green. One last push and she can give him a moment of relief. If she could fight off the curse mark, she can fight off this. Sakura takes in a hissing breath, tongue forked and fluttering, and draws in as much of the natural energy within Yugo as she can reach. The instant she's sure it's in her chakra network and not his, Sakura rips her hands off the monocles. With a cry, she opens every single chakra point on her body at once and forces all the natural energy out of herself in one last push, a good amount of her own chakra going with it. Sakura finally opens her eyes. Her teeth shrink painfully back down. Sakura shakes her head to clear it, and dried scales drop off her face like the shed skins she'd just been cleaning up moments ago. The tingling in her extremities and chill in her lips marks the edge of chakra exhaustion. Sakura slowly turns to Ichikashima him, whose eyes and mouth are unabashedly wide. Goodness! I was sure your arms and legs were going to retract, you were so close to becoming a snake. Sakura tries to sit up, panting, take the tag off, that's the only way we'll know if I even did anything. Ichikashima him reaches forward and rips the seal tag off of Yugo's forehead. He wakes with a start, eyes darting all around the cavern before settling on Sakura. Sakura tries to give him an encouraging smile, though she's certain she looks a mess. She feels a mess. Yugo reaches out to her with his right hand. Sakura, are you alright? I'm sorry, I wanted to help more but when we got to the cave it was too much, coming in too fast and... It's okay, Yugo, you're okay, Sakura replies, taking his hand. At least, you are for a little while. I was able to pull the natural energy out of you, but I don't think I can do it twice in one day. Yugo's eyes are wide as lakes. You can do that. Ichikashima nods, chiming in, it's the absolute basics of sage training. If Sakura's going to be a sage worth following, of course she has to be able to manipulate natural energy. Though really, child, if your clan was going to do something stupid like trying to breed sages, they should have at least taught you how to balance your energies yourself. I'm shocked someone left you in this state. Yugo stares at Ichikashima. I don't know what you're talking about. Ichikashima eyes go even wider, and when she speaks her voice is crackling with rage. You were bred as a sage and no one told you. The absolute, unmitigated cruelty. Tell me your clan's name right now and I promise you they will pay for that atrocity. Honored sister, Sakura cuts in, just forceful enough to get her attention. That's kind of a later problem. Right now while Yugo's still lucid we need to start healing his arm. In order to regenerate, he needs to consume something living. Can you please? Oh, that's easy, Ichikashima remarks, rage gone in an instant. Hold a moment. In a puff of smoke, Ichikashima disappears. Yugo and Sakura exchange puzzled glances, but before they can open their mouths there's another puff of smoke. It quickly clears, revealing Ichikashima in her snake form constricted around a very young and very distressed wild boar. Sakura winces, putting a hand over one ear to muffle the sound of the boar's screams. Yugo's eyes flash yellow. He tears his right hand out of Sakura's grip as it morphs into a thin, needle-like appendage. The needle shoots into the boar's flesh, right between its eyes. With a ghoulish slurp, Yugo starts to drain the flesh from the boar's body, muscle creeping down to cover the bones of his left forearm. Sakura keeps her sixth sense trained on Yugo. His partial transformation coincided with a rush of natural energy into his system, and with only the monocles to manage it the energy isn't leaving his system quickly enough. His breath is starting to come in heaving, growling pants, his body trembling with barely repressed rage. The patches of gray on Yugo's skin are taking on the texture of both scales and stone. His canines are starting to lengthen into fangs, while his other teeth are retracting. His pupils are lengthening out into slits. Sakura waits until the muscle covers his wrist before shouting, "Sister, put the tag back on him." Ichikashima switches to human form quick as a lightning strike. Her hand snaps out and slaps the seal tag onto Yugo's forehead. His eyes roll back before sliding closed, his whole body going limp and falling like a sack of bricks onto his side. Sakura watches with pursed lips as Yugo's body slowly returns to normal and his breathing relaxes. All that work had been worth was 10 minutes and a few pounds of muscle. Almost as if she'd sensed the direction Sakura's thoughts were going, Ichikashima remarks, "That was highly impressive for a first try, and from a hatchling at that. Though I suppose Orochimaru had been training you for this with the start, what with that curse mark acclimatizing you to having Senjutsu chakra in your system." Sakura frowns as she looks over to Ichikashima. "What did you mean about me becoming a sage?" Ichikashima shrugs, "Exactly what I said. Your greater task is to succeed where your mentor failed and become our human sage, acting as intercessor between the natural and spiritual worlds and maintaining balance. Poor little Orochimaru wasn't able to find a body strong enough to fulfill his responsibilities before he died, but perhaps you might." Ichikashima drifts into silence for a while, eyes far away, before she sighs, "I miss all of our humans when they leave us, but I think I will miss Orochimaru just a bit more. I still remember when he wandered in here for the first time. He was so cute and small. Manda and I begged the White Snake Sage to let us keep him, but his parents still lived and they had the rightful claim." Sakura's eyebrows leap up. "Manda wanted to keep him? I thought Manda hated him." "What are you talking about?" "Manda adored Orochimaru," Ichikashima exclaims. "You should have seen him when news of Orochimaru's death arrived. He was beside himself. The duels he's been having with the child of the ocean have taken his mind off it, but only for so long. He's barely been eating. I worry he'll starve." Sakura looks down at her hands. "My apologies. I guess I don't understand you all very well." Ichikashima shrugs again, this time with a fond smile. "Few humans do. Perhaps that's why so many other animals have let their summoning contracts become so secular. I mean, humans aren't even that good at understanding other humans, and ninja only made them worse at it while also making them obsess over it. Why bother asking them to care about the natural and spiritual worlds when they've completely forgotten either one exists? Sakura fiddles with her fingers. By that criteria, I don't know if I'd necessarily make the best sage, honored sister. We won't know until we try, Ichikashima him replies, as we have so many times before. We must train you, see if you can handle Senjutsu Chakra, and then see what you do with it. Sakura frowns at her knees for a long moment as she thinks that over, then looks Ichikashima him in the eye. If that's your price, I'll do my best to pay it. But if I may, I'd ask that we try to teach Yugo what you're teaching me. If only so he can learn how to manage his condition. Ichikashima him looks Yugo over with an appraising eye. I will need to discuss it with the White Snake Sage, but I doubt she'll say no. It's not often a bred sage just drops in our lap, even a flawed one. Worst case, you can keep using him as a practice dummy. Sakura keeps herself from wincing at the callous language and says, I'll take it. Cho's funeral is small and quiet. Few people who loved her, respected her, or even knew her name still live. Gaara and his siblings attend, the Sand Council attend, Ebizo attends, Team Kakashi attend despite how impossible a task getting Naruto to rise that early had seemed, and the rest are scattered people with vague connections to her Sasuke doesn't know. No matter what he'd felt about her, Sasuke can't help thinking Cho deserves better than this. The tribes of the Land of Wind don't cremate their dead. Cho's body is shrouded in white cloth and brought to her grave on a litter by Kankuro and 3 other men in the garb of puppet masters. Ebizo recites a long, winding prayer in a language Sasuke doesn't understand, but everyone from Sand seems to. The pallbearers lower her into her grave on her side. Kankuro uses 3 tightly packed balls of dark red earth to prop the body up. Once Ebizo reaches the end of the prayer, Gaara fills the grave with a flick of his wrist. Gaara bows his head, finishing the rite with the words, "May her spirit fly along the winds and travel this land forevermore. Peace be upon her." Sasuke follows the lead of the crowd, bowing his head and repeating, "Peace be upon her." While the gathered mourners take turns giving their condolences to Ebizo, Team Kakashi hangs back a respectful distance away. Naruto is watching everything play out with an inquisitive glint in his eye. Sasuke softly bumps him with his shoulder, "What's got you all interested?" Naruto blinks a couple times before shrugging, a slight smile at the edge of his mouth as he replies, "Funerals are way different here, believe it. Like, we're not even 100 miles away from home, right? And they're speaking a whole other language and talking about spirits and stuff. Like I knew in my head that stuff would be different out here, it's a whole other country, but I never guessed how different." Sasuke blinks. He'd never pegged foreign culture as something Naruto would care about. When they were younger it had always seemed like Naruto's mental map of the world was just a small circle labeled, the Leaf Village, inside a bigger circle labeled, not the Leaf Village. But Naruto has spent 2 years outside of the village since then, and Sasuke has no idea what he saw in his travels. Part of him wonders if Jiraiya's wanderlust didn't rub off on him. Naruto grimaces, rubbing the back of his neck, "There's a ton of questions I wanna ask, but I should probably save them for later, huh?" Sasuke smirks, breathing a soft laugh out through his nose. "Yeah, now's not really the time." Gaara and his siblings are the last to give Ebizo their condolences, speaking in hushed tones and the same language Ebizo had prayed in. Sasuke can at least deduce that while Temari and Kankuro are conversationally fluent, Gaara is seriously struggling to keep up. Ebizo retrieves a white and red scroll from his sleeve and holds it out to Kankuro. Kankuro's eyes go wide, and he stumbles over his words as he tries to push it back. Ebizo takes Kankuro's hands and folds them over the scroll, voice soft but resolute. Kankuro shuts his eyes, takes a deep breath, and murmurs something that sounds like an assent. After a few goodbyes, the Sand siblings make their way over to Team Kakashi. Kakashi does his best to straighten up in the presence of the Kaze cage, though nobody is expecting much from a man Sasuke only barely cleared for light duty. Temari nods to them all, "We're finished here. Thank you for coming, and for being respectful." Naruto cocks his head to the side, "Why wouldn't we be?" Temari shoots Naruto a warm, wry smile. "Naruto, has anyone ever told you you're one of a kind? Naruto grimaces, yeah, but they never say it the way you're saying it. Kankuro stows the scroll in his fatigues as he turns to Kakashi and asks, you're sure you can do this? We can give you another day or two to recover if you need. Kakashi glances over Kankuro's head to where the Sand Council is hovering and replies, I won't lie and say it'll be enjoyable, but I can get it done. Besides, in case I do have a fainting spell, we have Lady Tsunade's apprentice to catch me before I smack my head on the stone floor. Sasuke shoots him a glare, keep talking like that and I might not. Kakashi smiles behind his mask, promises, promises. Gaara nods, voice raspy but resolute as he says, we'll lead the way. The walk back to the Kazekige's office is a long one, longer still since Kakashi is leaning on Sasuke for support. Sasuke is dimly aware that Naruto is asking all sorts of questions about the funeral, but he's far too busy thinking in circles to hear any of it. He doesn't like this. He understands the need for urgency, to get their portion of the One Tail out of limbo and sealed somewhere it can be monitored before the Akatsuki come storming back to claim it, but Kakashi's still having trouble standing. Sasuke had guessed that Kakashi had regenerated enough chakra to use Kamui again safely, but a guess is all it had been. Sasuke doesn't know enough about the Mangekyo to say anything definitive, and from his discussions with Kakashi before clearing him he barely knows any more. Sasuke's stomach turns. Inconvenient as it is, he doesn't blame Kakashi. He wouldn't want to use something he'd gotten by killing a friend, either. There's a kind of ghoulish poetry in Sakura's defection making him reconsider. Gaining it had cost him Rin, but using it could be the deciding factor in getting Sakura back. Sasuke understands the thought process perhaps a little too well. Sasuke has made plenty of excuses to cover for tormenting himself, too. In contrast to every other time Sasuke has entered the chambers of Sand's government, they go down, not up. Gaara creates openings in the walls that reveal dark tunnels boring deep into the ground. Bronze sconces light themselves as they pass, and Sasuke catches Naruto craning his neck to take in the seals etched into the metal. Kakashi braces an arm against the tunnel wall and Sasuke tightens his grip on Kakashi's waist. The way down is steep, and it wouldn't do for Kakashi to tumble all the way to the bottom. Especially not with the Sand Council breathing down their necks. Their path hits a dead end after 10 minutes, but another flick of Gaara's wrist has the wall fall away into sand to reveal a large chamber. While the tunnel here had been simple, rough-hewn earth, the walls and floor of this room are covered in geometric tile designs in shifting shades of blue, yellow, and green. Metal braziers blazing with smokeless flames encircle the outer edge, lighting it up like daylight. Fuinjutsu specialists are scurrying around the room, placing the final touches on 2 mandalas formed from seal script. The mandala to Sasuke's left measures 30 feet in diameter, with a large empty space in its center. Radiating lines connect it to the mandala on his right, a far smaller circle with a simple brass sensor sitting in the middle. Sasuke can't help a frown, muttering to Naruto, can something that small really hold a tailed beast? Naruto leans forward, squinting to get a better look, I mean, maybe not the whole thing, but I guess if they did it right it'll be fine to hold a piece of it. I can see seal script on it, but like, it's the same stuff that was on Gaara's chest, so like, I've got no idea what any of it means. Sasuke rolls his eyes, some help you are, dumbass. Naruto elbows Sasuke in the ribs, and what are you bringing to this party, jackass? Bet you couldn't even make an explosive tag. Guys, please, Kakashi sighs, I don't need a migraine before I use Kamui. A member of the Sand Council, a weathered old man with a scar blinding one eye, clears his throat, is everything ready? One of the Fuinjutsu specialists replies from beside the sensor, everything's ready on our end. Kakashi takes one whole step away from Sasuke, holding himself as upright as possible, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Gaara nods and orders, everyone, to your places. Let us begin. The Fuinjutsu specialists position themselves at the ends of the radiating lines coming off the 2 mandalas, all of them breaking skin on some part of their hands and placing them on the end of the line. Kakashi limps to the edge of the larger mandala, pulling his headband up to reveal his Sharingan just as it's shifting to the Mangekyo. Sasuke stays 5 steps behind him, tensed and ready for any medical emergencies. Everyone else retreats to the wall. Naruto squeezes in next to Gaara, shooting Sasuke and Kakashi a pair of thumbs up and a wide grin. Kakashi takes a deep breath. With a crackle of chakra that sets the hairs on the back of Sasuke's neck on end, a black hole the size of a man's head appears 30 feet above the larger mandala, slightly off-center, but close enough. The spatial distortion spirals out from the black hole, a vacuum push threatening to shove Sasuke to the ground. He channels chakra into his feet to stay anchored, activating his Sharingan just in time to see everyone else in the room doing the same. Sand comes blowing out from the hole, spraying all around the room. Sasuke braces himself. The rest of the One Tail can't be far behind. The wind keeps blowing, sand keeps flying out, more and more until it starts to taper off. The last sprinklings of sand are scattered throughout the room, and then, nothing. Sasuke strains his ears, his eyes, but he can't make out any sign of the One Tail. Kakashi doesn't stop pushing. He doubles over for a second, but quickly rights himself. His eye goes wider, and suddenly the vacuum push ratchets up in intensity, buffeting everyone in the room with near gale force winds. Everyone shields their eyes and hunkers down. Sasuke grits his teeth, squinting so he can get a look at Kamui, and nothing's coming out. No claws, no mouths, no tails. What's going on? Kakashi isn't the most practiced with this jutsu, but he was sure that anything he put in Kamui he could get back out again. And Kakashi's not the kind of man to say he's sure when he's not. So where is it? Why isn't it coming out? What's? Sasuke's stomach drops. It's not likely. But it's possible. And they have to find out now. But they can't just have someone stick their head into the hole and look. If Kakashi loses his grip on Kamui while they're still looking, and that could spell their death. It could spell death for a human. Sasuke bites his thumb, drops to one knee, and whirls through the signs. A small Katsuya poofs into existence in front of him, and Sasuke quickly scoops her up before she's blown away. He calls out over the rushing wind, "Kakashi! Make it pull instead of push." Kakashi's shoulders tense, and for a second Sasuke thinks he won't, but with another wave of chakra the wind shifts. Sasuke's hair and jacket start fluttering towards the black hole instead of away from it. Next he barks to Katsuyu, "Split in half. I'm sending part of you in. You need to tell me what you see in there." Katsuyu gives him an indecipherable look, but dutifully splits in two. Sasuke buttons one into his jacket pocket, then pulls his arm back and lobs the other towards the black hole. She gets just close enough for Kamui to grab her out of the air and pull her in. And not a second too soon. With an anguished cry, Kakashi slams his eyes shut and falls to his hands and knees. The black hole shrinks quickly down to nothingness. Sasuke races to Kakashi's side as he asks Katsuyu, "What do you see in there?" There's a moment of silence, then Katsuyu softly replies, "There are many rectangular towers within this place, but there are no other objects or individuals here besides myself. If the portion of the One Tail is still here, it is too far away for me to detect." Kakashi coughs out between ragged pants, "No, Every time I've put something in, I can pull it right back out. I don't think it matters where in there it is. The One Tail is gone." You could hear a pin drop. Kankuro is the first to speak, spluttering, how can it be gone? Where could it go?" A member of the council puts a hand to their bearded chin, thinking out loud, "The creature is made from pure chakra, and it was injured. Perhaps the chakra dissolved over the past 2 days. Tamari shakes her head, eyes hard. A third of a tailed beast is still made from a hell of a lot of chakra. It would take more than 2 days for it to dissolve completely. Naruto looks around the room before jogging to Kakashi and Sasuke, kneeling down so he can whisper to them, "Maybe. This is kinda crazy, but Sharingan are a matched set, right? Do you think?" Sasuke cuts him off with a shake of his head, "No, like I told you, the right eye has the ninjutsu and the left has a genjutsu. I don't think if someone had Obito's left eye they'd be able to use Kamui. And besides, wasn't Obito crushed by a boulder, Kakashi? His eye would be unsalvageable." Kakashi nods, "But it's loose and weak. On top of the strain from Kamui, he's obviously in shock. And Sasuke can't really blame him. Of all the things that could have gone wrong, this was the absolute last one Sasuke was expecting. He glances over his shoulder to see the Sand Council and the Sand Siblings talking over each other as they scramble for what to do next. Gaara is the only one not lending his opinion, simply staring with his brow furrowed at the empty sensor. Gaara perks up, suddenly flicking his wrist. The area of the wall they came in through dissolves into sand once again, revealing Baki and Arsalan on the other side. Both are pale, mouths pressed into grim lines. Arsalan is clutching a scroll with white knuckles. "Apologies for interrupting, Lord Kaze Cage," Baki rumbles, striding quickly into the room, "but we come with urgent news from the Leaf." Gaara spares one last frown at the scene in front of him before turning to Baki and replying, "Let's hear it, then. Everyone here has roughly equivalent security clearance, so hold nothing back." Arsalan hands the scroll to Gaara and reports, "The Leaf Village received a request for peace talks from the Shogun of the Land of Sound, Kabuto Yakushi, last night. This is following a period of total radio silence from their agents tasked with monitoring the country, both within and without. Shogun Yakushi only volunteered that there was a revolt among the populace that killed Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato. The Hokage has requested we relieve Team Kakashi of any additional duties as soon as possible so they can return to the village without delay." The eruption of voices crying out for explanations and details is a dull, muffled roar in Sasuke's ears. He's not sure if he wants to laugh or scream. Of course the universe isn't content with undercutting their victory against the Akatsuki. When it rains it doesn't just pour, it pours so hard it makes a fucking mudslide. Sasuke's brain is whirling in circles around one central point, Sakura. If Orochimaru is dead and Sound is in shambles, then where is she? What happened to her? Whose side did she take? Did she get out alive? Is she still there? How? Kakashi's hand lands heavy on Sasuke's shoulder, forcing him to look over and meet his dour gaze. "Sasuke, help me up. We're going." Sasuke blinks himself rapidly back to this moment, this set of problems, "But you're still." "I know," Kakashi mutters, "trust me, I know. But we haven't been given a choice in the matter." Sasuke's jaw clenches, but he still loops an arm around Kakashi's waist and helps him to his feet. Naruto keeps a hand braced on Kakashi's back, just in case. Kakashi turns to the assembled sand ninja and says, "We'll be on our way, then." One of the few female members of the Sand Council sputters, "Now hold on, the one tail still hasn't." "The only option we have here is for me to keep pushing until my eye bursts," Kakashi cuts in, blunt as a rusted blade, "returning to the Leaf Village, where we have plenty of records on the Sharingan, can give us more information and let us know what exactly happened here. But with all due respect, we are Leaf Shinobi. We answer to the Hokage before anyone else. And we've been given orders to return immediately." Gaara nods, speaking just a hair louder than he usually does to silence any voices of dissent. "Jonin Hatake is correct. At this point, all we can do is trust and cooperate with our ally. Tamari, can the Airborne Division spare any birds? It wouldn't do for Hatake to exacerbate his wounds by making the journey back on foot." Tamari shares a quick look with Arsalan before she replies, "I believe Garuda's made a full recovery. We'll double-check." Gaara nods, "If the rest of you would, please wait for me in the council chambers so we may discuss the situation in the Land of Sound. I would like a private word with Team Kakashi." Everyone shuffles out on Gaara's order, the Fuinjutsu specialists pausing only to dismiss the seals and collect the sensor. Once Gaara has closed the wall behind them all, his shoulders sag, his eyes sliding closed with a heavy sigh. Sasuke winces. He can't imagine the council has been too sympathetic to everything he's been through actually. From how little he's gotten to see Gaara over the past few days, he knows they haven't. Gaara opens his eyes, mouth twitching in a weak smile, "It's a bit selfish of me, but I was hoping I'd have more time to spend with you all before you had to leave." Naruto comes in close enough to clap Gaara on the shoulder. "Nah, man, you're good. I get it. You think you're gonna be alright." Gaara shakes his head, "Whether or not I think I will, I have to be. I'm still the Kaze Cage, after all. I delegate as much as I can, but some things you can't leave in the hands of others." Naruto frowns, opening his mouth before quickly closing it and looking away, eyes downcast. Gaara turns his gaze to Kakashi as he continues, "I would hope this goes without saying, but to make it clear, I don't place any blame on you for whatever has become of this piece of the One Tail. To be perfectly blunt, I won't miss it if it has been destroyed. The council may not be so generous, but I have plenty of experience with changing their minds. Then, to Suzuki's surprise, Gaara bows from the waist, and I won't let this go without saying, thank you. I owe you 3 more than I can possibly repay. Alliances may shift and change, but you will always have my aid whenever you need it, if not as Kazekage, then just as Gaara. Suzuki manages a smile. Having just Gaara in our corner is more than enough. I'd rather have a friend on my side than a cage. Gaara can't hide the split second of shock that crosses his face as he rises from his bow. He quickly turns his head, trying to hide a smile and not succeeding in the slightest. Naruto grins wide, holding out a hand for Gaara to shake. Gaara takes it and Naruto uses the handshake to pull Gaara into a quick but sincere hug. Gaara's eyes go wide for the second time, but he has little choice but to return the hug with his free arm. He shoots Suzuki a questioning look over Naruto's shoulder and Suzuki just shrugs. Gaara had better get used to this if he wants to be Naruto's friend. The instant Gaara and Naruto step back from each other, the warmth drains from the room. Everyone remembers all at once the reason they're all saying goodbye. Smiles fall, eyes sharpen, and it's back to work once again. Asuma's mouth is full of soba when Kurane says, I've volunteered to be on Tsunade's security team for the peace talks. He nearly chokes. Asuma appreciates that Kurane believes in open and honest communication, but he was hoping he wouldn't have to think about how buck wild shit was getting around the village while they were having a date night in. He finishes his bite, doing his best to avoid meeting Kurane's piercing crimson gaze across her kitchen table. Noodles thoroughly chewed and swallowed, Asuma coughs, I didn't know they were recruiting for that already. Kurane shrugs a shoulder, neither did I, until someone let it slip. That catches on something in the back of Asuma's mind, and before he can stop himself he's asking, who? Kurane's brow furrows. She's perceptive you have to be if you're going to specialize in altering the perceptions of others. Keeping her out of the loop of Shikamaru's investigation has been about as difficult as the investigation itself, especially when he's roped in 2 of her students. Asuma keeps his face as innocently curious as he can. After a breath, Kurane's brow smooths out, and she replies with her mouth full, Ashi Inyazuka, from intelligence. You wouldn't know her, she's pretty timid I know, a timid Inyazuka, I thought it was an oxymoron, too. We make conversation sometimes when I'm visiting Kiba, and like everyone in town the sound debacle was all she could talk about when I dropped by today. Asuma rolls his eyes and drawls, the way word spreads in this town you'd think we had a population in the hundreds, not the hundreds of thousands, to cover for his blood running cold. There's only one timid female Inyazuka he knows of, and he just yesterday got reliable word she was one of their Shadow's agents. Why on earth would she be leaking this information to Kurane? It's like trying to play shogi against someone with a curtain covering their side of the board. Kurane is looking him sternly up and down again, and after a moment she shuts her eyes and sighs, you don't like it? Asuma blinks, don't like what? That I volunteered, Kurane replies. Asuma grimaces, rubbing the back of his neck, I mean, you are pregnant. Kurane opens her eyes to frown at him, I'm not that far along. It's going to be a while before I need to be taken off the active roster. And besides, we still don't know what we're doing. The mission doesn't start for a few days. In theory, I could solve that problem. Asuma's stomach does a backflip, that is also a pretty intensive medical procedure, you know. Kurane leans back in her chair, crossing her arms over her chest, Asuma, I wasn't opening the floor for debate. I'm telling you what's going to happen. I'm going on that mission. I have to. Asuma's brow furrows, I didn't know this was so important to you. Kurane's shoulders sink, her eyes dropping to the tabletop, I know she wasn't part of my team, but Sakura was my student, too. I feel like I had the chance to really reach out to her, to help her like I helped Hinata, but I just... Kakashi had been getting better with her, and she wasn't as obvious about when things were bothering her as Hinata, so I didn't keep as close an eye on her. There's been no word on what happened to her after Sound imploded. She could be on the run, she could be dead in a ditch. If anyone knows, it's Kabuto. Asuma purses his lips, reaching across the table to put a hand on Kurene's arm. Babe, I understand. Trust me, I do. I just... Taking this mission for personal reasons could do more harm than good, you know? You're a good shinobi, but even the best can make mistakes when their focus is split between the mission and their own desires. And you're heading into what could easily be a trap set by one of our enemies, going in with that mindset. Kurene shakes her head. I don't have any other choice. Almost everyone in this village has given up on Sakura, or just never cared about her to begin with. I've tried everything else, but no other missions could ever take me close enough to Sound to get any information worth a damn. This is the best chance I have. No matter the risks, I'm taking it. The gears in Asuma's brain are kicking up sparks. So this is part of the answer to why their shadow approached her. They must have known she'd be deeply, personally invested in getting this. But why her? Why now? Why with an agent Asuma was bound to recognize? An agent Asuma was bound to recognize. An agent Asuma knew for a fact had discovered Shikamaru's investigation, just days after another one of their agents had let him know that they knew Kurene was pregnant. And now they've manipulated her onto a dangerous, shady-as-all-hell mission that she can't be convinced to drop right in front of him. The message crystallizes: if you want her to come home alive, you'll do what we say. It's like someone has their fist wrapped around his heart and is squeezing as tight as they can. His world narrows down to a single point. All that matters is the woman in front of him and the unborn child she's carrying. He can't lose her. He can't lose them. Not now, not like this. Not when he can protect them. He takes a deep breath and forces himself to smile. Don't know what I was thinking as always, you're way smarter and way tougher than me. Kurene snorts, leaning across the table to give his shoulder a playful swat. Don't you start, I don't let my kids talk that way about themselves and I won't let you do it either. I know you're just worried, Asuma. Asuma takes her hand, lacing their fingers together. Yeah, I am, but... Earlier, you said we didn't know what we were doing. I've been thinking carefully about that ever since you told me you were pregnant, and... Asuma swallows hard and looks her in the eye. I don't have a ring. Don't know if I even have money for one. But if you wanted, I'd carry you to the tower and we'd sign those papers right now. When I think about my future, Kurene, you're there with me. I've always wanted to start a family with you, and sure, it's sooner than I ever thought it'd be. But we're ninja, right? What are we if not good at adapting? Kurene shuts her eyes, smile wide, and voice thick. 2 things. First, you'd better not be proposing because you're scared I'll die. You pulled that shit once and you know how I felt about it. Asuma grins and cleanly lies. Yeah, I know better than to do it again. Kurene squeezes his hand and whispers. Second. You may not have a ring, but you'd better get down on one knee and say the words, because you're the only person I've ever wanted to hear them from. Asuma lets go of Kurene's hand, walking around the table and kneel at her side. Kurene turns to look down at him, tears beating at the corner of her eyes. Kurene, will you marry me? Kurene responds with a laugh and tackles him to her kitchen floor, kissing him like he's the one about to go off to war. After a passionate few hours, Asuma carefully extracts himself from Kurene's bed. She stirs, but a kiss to the top of her hair and a murmur from him sets her back to snoring. Asuma puts his boxers and pants back on, then fishes his cigarettes and lighter out of his flak jacket. He heads out onto Kurene's balcony, closing the sliding glass door. He uses one of the tricks she taught him, casting a simple genjutsu to turn human voices into the sounds of night birds and crickets. He leans on the railing, lights a cigarette, and says into the night, whatever it is you want, you'll get it. A silhouette appears at the edge of Asuma's vision. He deliberately doesn't turn to look. He doesn't say a word as they outline his task. He doesn't need to. They tell him every cruel detail. All Asuma does is nod when they ask him if he understands. The shadow fades. Asuma is alone. He presses his face into his hands and bites his lip until it bleeds. Sasori is starting to regret leaving Deidara in the hotel. Not because Deidara would be useful right now, all Sasori's doing is standing on a bridge, but at least if he had Deidara's company he'd have something to focus on beyond the fact that Kabuto is dancing up to the edge of being late. The man is many things, but one of the deciding factors for making him a mole was his punctuality. Sasori looks down at his hand, listens to the knuckles clicking as he flexes his fingers. This is going to be a very different meeting than he'd envisioned it to be. The aged planks of Tenchi Bridge creak. Sasori's head snaps up towards the sound. Kabuto has arrived, but not at all in the fashion Sasori had expected. He usually likes to slink about beneath heavy cloaks like a thief on the run. Today, he's striding forward with his head held high, clad in the helm and haori usually befitting a cage. The smirk on his face is so smug Sasori has half a mind to slap it off of him. Sasori narrows his eyes. You certainly took your time. Kabuto's smirk widens out into a grin. Sorry about that. My guards were more concerned with my safety than being on time, and since you've swapped bodies they weren't sure you were really Sasori. It took a bit to assuage their fears. You have guards now, Sasori remarks, arching a brow. I think we're going to need to skip pleasantries. It seems we both have quite a bit to share. The takeover of sound Kabuto describes as nothing short of a masterwork. With how thoroughly he manipulated everyone involved and is continuing to do so, he ought to be declared an honorary puppet master. Sasori can't help a twinge of envy. He also makes a mental note to have someone send this Sakura girl a bouquet for finally putting Orochimaru down. There's no doubt in his mind that the old snake has one last contingency plan waiting in the wings, but getting him down to that is still an accomplishment worth celebrating. Once he's finished, it's Sasori's turn. Kabuto takes in the information with keen interest, a hand rubbing at his chin as he thinks every point over. The Akatsuki's latest disaster of a mission almost gets him smirking, but he has a strong enough sense of self-preservation not to do so in front of the man most humiliated by that whole affair. The smirk wouldn't have lived long, anyway. As Sasori details the changes their shareholder has thrust upon the organization, Kabuto listens with a furrowed brow and a wisp of a frown. When Sasori finishes, Kabuto taps his chin in thought. Well, your new policies are going to make my request slightly longer of a shot than I was hoping for. Sasori makes a sound that's close to a breath, since actually breathing is off the table. Looking to hire us already, Lord Shogun? The people you kept must not be as good as you claimed. Kabuto shakes his head. Oh, my men could suffice, but they wouldn't send the right message. Besides, I don't think you would like us taking two-tailed beasts out from under your noses. Sasori's eyes widen by just a fraction. Excuse me. Kabuto's smirk returns, a sharp edge to it. I should have led with that, shouldn't I? Yes, you should have. The air between Sasori and Kabuto wavers, flickering around a pinhole punched in the world. A human form spirals out from the hole, their shareholder appearing in the middle of Tenchi Bridge. Sasori bristles. Not many men can remain intimidating in the light of a pale sunrise, but their shareholder has managed it. Sasori catches the barest glint of red from their mask's one eye hole as they purr. Now, despite what some may say, I'm not an unreasonable man. I'm certainly not opposed to being paid to do something I was planning on doing already. Come, Lord Shogun. Let's discuss this job offer of yours. Kabuto grins a hyena's grin. Yes, let's. Chapter 13, 12. 12 Hearing the news from sound is no less shocking the second time. If anything, getting it straight from the Hokage's mouth just makes it worse. Kakashi can tell the boys are taking it harder than he is, which is a feat considering how hard he's taking it. Sasuke is trembling from head to toe, staring with two wide eyes at Tsunade. His jaw is clenched tight, fists clenched even tighter. Naruto, meanwhile, has his arms crossed over his chest, eyes on the floor. Kakashi still isn't up to standing for prolonged periods of time, so he has to settle for leaning as far forward as he can in his chair, elbows braced on his knees and hands clasped. Even setting aside what all of this might mean for Sakura, no small thing, this move of Kabuto's has the potential to sow instability all over the continent. If they don't play a perfect game against him, they could be due for another war. That's a prospect anyone else would find frightening. For Kakashi, it's just exhausting. To say we were caught off guard by all of this would be underselling it, Tsunade grouses, rubbing at her temple. If it were solely up to me, I wouldn't add any more complicating factors if I didn't have to. But unfortunately, the council had an idea. Sasuke glares like those are the foulest 5 words in the common tongue. I think I know where this is going. I said I'd try to get Naruto a special dispensation to be promoted to Chunin depending on his mission performance, Tsunade explains. In light of that and Naruto's uneven showing in sand, the council decided that a further test of his ability to prioritize was in order. Kakashi puts the pieces together and a frisson of rage jolts up his spine. They want to assign Naruto to your protection detail as a test? Are they taking this seriously or aren't they? Naruto looks up, shooting Kakashi a halfway offended look. Hey, I know I didn't do my best on the Gaara mission, but I wasn't that bad. No, you weren't. I'm sorry, Kakashi sighs, running a hand through his hair. We still don't know if this is a trap yet, and it very well could be. I just don't understand why the council would risk losing the Hokage and the Nine Tails. They're pragmatic to a fault. I have no doubt that the reason they gave for making this decision is nowhere near true. What I don't understand is why you went along with all this, Sasuke remarks, arching an eyebrow at Tsunade. Tsunade frowns hard in Sasuke's direction. We've been over this, Sasuke. The Hokage only has absolute authority during wartime. Until the moment I put my signature on an official declaration of war, I can't do anything without majority approval of the council, and I can't just ignore their proposals, either. Naruto's eyes go wide. Wait, what? So you mean the Hokage can't just do whatever they want? No, they can't, and under normal circumstances that's a good thing, Tsunade replies. If it wasn't for his council, my great-uncle would have gotten rid of the Uchiha long before Itachi was even born. The problem is that I'm stuck with Hiruzen's pain in the ass Warhawk teammates until I've been Hokage for 3 years. Only then can I dismiss them and appoint my own council. Naruto's face screws up in a grimace. So that means you're stuck with them until August? Putting up with them for another 5 months sounds like a nightmare, believe it. Honestly, the council shouldn't be an appointed position at all, Sasuke comments, eyes drifting to the window. The first and second just chose their families, the third chose his genin teammates, and from what I've read the fourth was gonna do the same as the third. The closest we ever got to having the council not be an echo chamber was the first having Madara on as an unofficial member, and we all know how long that lasted. And the fact that there's no maximum amount of council members outlined anywhere is insane. The fate of an entire village shouldn't be determined by 3 people. Kakashi smiles wryly beneath his mask, making eye contact with Tsunade. He's starting to sound like you. Tsunade grins for the first time since they walked into her office. I mean, with how often he's heard me rant about how hard it is to change even the smallest laws in this goddamn village, can you blame him? Her smile quickly drops, and Tsunade continues. While they centered it around Naruto, their specific proposal had been that all of Team Kakashi would be assigned to this mission. But we're leaving for the capital to rendezvous with Daimyo Yamazakura on the 20th, and if everything I've heard about Kakashi's condition is correct, he's not gonna be ready for travel or battle in 4 days, Sasuke finishes, shaking his head. Maybe if he was subjected to highly intensive mystical palm treatments until the minute we leave, he could be. But that's not only impractical, it's dangerous. 4 days is more than enough time for me to find a replacement for myself, Kakashi remarks, sitting up as straight as he's able. I actually have someone in. Tsunade shakes her head. That's not going to be necessary. The team already consists of 5 Jonin and 4 Chunin, and Yamazakura will be accompanied by at least 3 members of the 12 Guardian Ninja. With Naruto and Sasuke added to that total, we're dancing right up to the edge of having to cut people from the team to keep it from getting too bloated. Rest assured, I think I can manage badgering the council into accepting an incomplete team. Kakashi is still counting. Kakashi frowns, countering, that may be, but Naruto is a genin. To not have a Jonin specifically supervising him on a mission above B rank is against the law in a non-emergency situation. As I said, there are 5 Jonin on this mission, Tsunade parries. Even with 2 of them acting as my personal guards, that still leaves 3 candidates to act as his supervision. Kakashi bites his tongue. The law isn't the problem here, and they both know it. But neither of them can say it in front of Naruto. His relationship with the boy is a delicate thing right now, and declaring he's a monster that needs to be shackled if he loses control could easily break it. He chances another glance from the corner of his eye. Naruto's lips are pursed as his eyes slowly scan the room. That was always the balancing act when trying to keep things from Naruto. The kid's emotionally aware enough to know when he's not being told the whole truth, but doesn't quite have the raw intellect to deduce what exactly is being hidden. Sasuke breaks the silence, voice shaking, and you're sure? You're sure you want us? You're sure you want me there? Tsunade nods, simply replying, there's no one else I'd rather have at my side. Sasuke swallows hard, looking away and hiding his eyes behind his bangs. All right. If it's all the same to you, then, I'm heading out. Let me know when the full team briefings are and I'll be there. Tsunade doesn't even finish her nod before Sasuke turns on his heel and darts out of the room. He slams the door behind him hard enough to crack the frame. Tsunade lets her head drop into her hands with a sigh. Naruto grimaces at the door. Kakashi just shakes his head. If his hair wasn't gray already, dealing with teenagers would have turned it within a month. Naruto turns to Tsunade, standing up with a valiant attempt at his usual grin on his face. Don't worry, Grandma, I'll prove it to the council that I'm ready to make Chunin. This mission's gonna go super smooth, believe it. Naruto looks to Kakashi, you want me to help you up? Kakashi shakes his head, could you wait for me outside? I'd like to discuss a few things with Tsunade in private. Naruto doesn't blink twice at the excuse to leave the room, skittering out of there like a stir-crazy cockroach. At the very least he closes the door instead of slamming it. Once they're alone, Tsunade raises a single, questioning eyebrow. Kakashi takes a deep breath and, with no small amount of pain and effort, pushes himself to stand at his full height. Tsunade, you know we can't send Naruto off without someone to keep the Nine Tails in check, Kakashi states, if I can't be there to seal him, at least let Tenzo. Tenzo is an active member of Umbu with his own missions, Tsunade cuts in, I can't reassign him as easily as you think I can. As I said, a Jonin from the team can be assigned to look after him. They can also be briefed on the situation and provided with the proper equipment. I understand the urgency, the Nine Tails is always a danger, but you don't need to tie yourself up in this many knots about it. If this was any other mission, I wouldn't, Kakashi replies, but even though we've been talking around it, you know what this mission is going to mean to those boys. A confrontation with Kabuto means an opportunity to learn more about Sakura's whereabouts. The emotional strain of fighting to save Gaara nearly had Naruto growing a second tail. The risk that he'll go even further is exponentially higher with Sakura's fate on the table. Tsunade steeples her fingers beneath her chin and fixes Kakashi with a sharp look. Alright, since you apparently haven't noticed this, I'll spell it out for you. I really don't think you need to worry about Naruto getting overwhelmed emotionally about Sakura. Kakashi's brow furrows, excuse me. Think this through with me, Kakashi, Tsunade sighs, during this whole meeting, how did Sasuke look? Like he wanted to scream, Kakashi replies. Right. He had the look of someone who, if he saw Sakura in front of him right now, could easily suffer some kind of breakdown. Now, how did Naruto look? Kakashi thinks it through. Naruto was. Well, he wasn't calm, but he certainly wasn't overwhelmed either. He wasn't the ball of nerves he'd been when they were going after Gaara. He'd looked troubled, but not necessarily worried. He'd looked ambivalent, Kakashi mutters. Exactly, Tsunade says, for better or for worse, it seems Naruto has very mixed feelings about Sakura. Maybe if something happens to Sasuke during this mission, Naruto might need someone to restrain him and get the Nine Tails back under control. But to be perfectly blunt, Naruto's attachment to Sakura isn't strong enough to warrant that kind of caution. Those words nearly knock Kakashi's feet out from under him. Not for the first time, he curses himself for all the time he spent away from Naruto. He'd just assumed that Naruto's feelings for Sakura hadn't changed. After all, the kid had forgiven far greater crimes from people he had far weaker connections to. Why wouldn't he just forgive Sakura, too? But maybe that was the difference. Maybe because she'd been so close to him he took her betrayal that much harder. And maybe Naruto and Sakura had seemed close, but now that he really thinks about it, what did those two have in common? The connections Naruto made with Haku and Gaara were forged from a shared trauma as outsiders, hated and feared by the world. Sakura, at least to Naruto's eye, must have seemed like she lived a charmed life. She did well in the academy, she had a family who loved her, she had teachers who supported her, she had friends who cared about her, and the village tolerated her presence. What's the pain of your father divorcing your mother and exiting your life, never to return, to a boy who never knew his parents. What's the pain of being merely tolerated, never allowed to shine because you're constantly being underestimated and dismissed, to a boy who people spat at in the street? What's the pain of striving for more power, not even to excel but just to keep up, to a boy who was cursed with more power than he'll ever know what to do with? And Kakashi thought the hard part of this would be untangling what had made Sakura go rogue. After all these years, he still has a few drops of naivete left in him. Kakashi drags a hand down his face. I think it's time I left, then. I have a lot to think about. Good luck, Lady Hokage. The next day and a half passes for Naruto in a blur of meetings and busy work. He doesn't have much time to enjoy the fact that Team 8 and Team Guy will be joining them for the peace talks, since when they're all together it's for briefings on their route, their travel pace, their formations, their supplies, and all kinds of stuff Naruto knows is important but threaten to put him straight to sleep. When he isn't prepping, Naruto is rushing to handle all the little details involved in returning to the village he didn't have time to deal with before they ran off to Gaara's rescue. Most of it centers around his apartment. It's not enough to just get the keys back from his landlord and get back to how things were before he left. No, he has to dust everything, restock his fridge, get rid of a bunch of too small clothes, get his utilities running again, replace his bed sheets because the moths have been snacking on them while he's been gone, and perform 1,000 more annoying chores. It's thankless, sweaty work that at least guarantees Naruto will sleep soundly through the night once it's done. Naruto spends this time internally begging for literally anything else to do, so when Sasuke brings up after their second day of briefings that Team 10 wanted to get together with the Rookie 11 that night for dinner, it takes all of Naruto's self-control not to start sprinting to the restaurant halfway through his sentence. Team 10 meets them at Yakiniku-Q just as the sun is setting. Koji greets Naruto with a back-breaking hug and dozens of questions about his time outside the village. Shikamaru gives him a nod and a smile, overpowered instantly by Ino warmly ribbing Naruto's new outfit and growth spurt. Naruto gives as good as he gets, calling out Ino's still short hair and just as short shirt. Team Guy is the next to arrive in typical energetic fashion, Lee finally letting all the effusive praise and curiosity he's been holding back during their official briefings flood out of him all at once. Tenten and Neji share Naruto's long-suffering wince. Team 8 arrives last. Naruto isn't really sure what Kiba and Shino are doing, because his eyes just like in the briefings seem to block everything else out in favor of Hinata. There's just something distracting about her. It's not like she's changed that much, she's a bit taller, her hair's a lot longer, her sweater doesn't hide her figure quite as much, she holds herself a little more confidently in conversation, but beyond that she's just about the S. Hinata looks Naruto in the eye, her cheeks immediately dusting with pink, and she says through a soft smile, it's good to see you again, Naruto." Naruto's thoughts all slam into each other in a massive pile-up. What the fuck, why is she so cute? Naruto grins as wide as he can to try and banish that thought from his head. Come on, you've seen me plenty. But it'll be great to finally talk again about stuff that's not the mission, believe it. Naruto can feel Sasuke smirking at the back of his head as they file inside the restaurant. He feels that smirk widen to a grin as they're squeezing into the private room Koji booked them in advance, and Sasuke makes sure the seating arrangements will put Naruto and Hinata shoulder to shoulder. Once everyone's settled, Naruto finally asks, "So, what's special about tonight? Or are we all getting together just cause?" Ino's eyes go wide, and she looks between Naruto and Sasuke as she exclaims, "Sasuke, didn't you tell him? This is for you, Naruto. We missed our chance to have a big welcome back dinner because of the whole Gaara thing. You guys are gonna head off on another long mission away in 2 more days, and we're off on our own long mission away tomorrow morning. We're doing this now or not at all." Lee's thick brows immediately furrow, and he instinctively leans in closer to Ino as he asks, "You are? This is the first I am hearing of this, why did you not tell me?" Ino bumps him with her shoulder and replies, "Ease back a bit, caterpillar brows. We literally just found out today." Lee's pensive frown doesn't budge. "What is the mission?" "Recon," Shikamaru answers on Ino's behalf. "Some teams are heading into hot water ahead of you guys to take a look around, see if we can't work with their village to head off any trouble before it reaches Chikyo. It's a drag and a half, but someone's gotta do it." Ino shoots Lee a grin, softly pushing his chest as she adds, they just want us checking around the border with Frost, that area's nice and boring. Now unclench and enjoy the grilled meat, Caterpillar brows. Lee's brow doesn't quite smooth all the way out, but he does return Ino's smile. I am glad to hear that. I will be looking forward to your safe return. Ino just laughs, leaning hard against him. Oh come on, you're the one going on the big ticket mission with the Hokage, that should be my line. Alright, we have hit the cutoff for talking shop at the dinner table, Koji declares with a near-deafening clap of his hands. No more talk about current or future missions. Thank God you didn't say past missions, Tenten remarks with a wry smirk, otherwise half of us would have nothing to talk about. Kiba barks out a laugh. Even still, I don't think our guest of honor wants to hear about the millionth time we escorted a member of the daimyo escort from one end of the country to another. Come on, Naruto, tell us where the hell you've been for the past 2 years. Naruto grins and fires back. What, Sasuke didn't get you guys together and hold group readings of my letters while I was gone? Tenten snorts into her drink. Oh hell no. Sasuke's not as much of a jerk as he used to be, sure, but getting him to put his work down and hang out with us is like pulling teeth. I am literally right here, Tenten, Sasuke remarks, deadpan. Tenten reaches across the table to pat Sasuke's hand and reply sweetly, and we're all very proud of you for showing up. Sasuke's glare could peel the paint off a wall. Naruto gives Sasuke a friendly shove before he launches in. I mean, we didn't really go a lot of places while I was away. We spent most of our time on Mount Myaboku, so. Niji's eyes go wide and he nearly drops his water. Mount Myaboku? The mountain accessible only to the sacred toads and their sages? You just lived there? For 2 years. Naruto blinks owlishly at him. Yeah? Why, is that weird? Niji sputters, seemingly choking on his own voice, for a few moments before he can pull words together. Yes, it's weird. You lived in a place people have died trying to find. What? How did you even? Naruto shrugs, not fighting the smug edge creeping into his grin. Guess that's just the perk of having a legendary Sunin as your teacher. Yeah, it got kinda boring after a while, but to start it was pretty cool being there. Naruto leaves nothing to the imagination as he describes the mountain, how in places it's more waterfall and pond than land, how the spawning pools fill with tadpoles in late winter that grow into colorful little toads that cover the mountain like flowers in spring. Describing the lush greenery and the odd architecture designed with toads in mind sends a pang of unexpected nostalgia through him. He'd been so homesick for the village Naruto couldn't imagine missing the mountain, but here he is, a tiny part of him aching for the days he spent beneath the shade of the tall trees with his bare feet soaking in the ponds. It's easily offset by the dozens of questions coming from all around the table. Even Shino speaks up, using his rough, weak voice to ask about the lands surrounding the mountain. Naruto answers each one in exhaustive detail with an ever-brightening grin. He's been told that it's obnoxious and tacky to admit that not only do you want attention, you want to be the center of attention. Naruto's response to that will always be, yeah, I know, why do you think I wear bright orange all the time? The spotlight is finally back on him tonight. He's going to revel in it, no matter how tacky or obnoxious it makes him look. Once the food starts to arrive, conversation starts to fragment a bit, but Naruto's gotten enough undivided attention up to this point that he's fine with that. It certainly helps that Hinata has kept her eyes on him the entire time. Naruto's pretty sure that by now he's just talking to her. But he doesn't really mind. Hinata asks good questions, even if it takes her a few false starts, and listens to him talk like he's the most interesting person in the world. Naruto basks in the energy of being surrounded by his friends having their own conversations, drifting away from and coming back to the table, and just generally carrying on exactly like they used to before he left. The details have changed, but tonight, things are more familiar than they are foreign. After a while, Naruto gets up to use the bathroom. He's halfway down the hall when he catches the sound of 2 voices from around the bend. Naruto stops in his tracks, brow furrowing. He doesn't need any time at all to identify them as Ino and Sasuke. He does remember them both stepping out a little while ago, but he thought at least one of them had made it back by now. Had he really been paying that little attention? Naruto starts walking again on silent feet. He can't make out specific words yet, but he can hear tone just fine. Ino's voice is coming out in harsh bites while Sasuke's has dropped into the cold near monotone he used exclusively before the Chunin exams. Naruto's stomach twists. One part of his brain tells him to speed up, walk around the corner as blatantly and loudly as he can so he can break this up and not have to hear any of it and let all three of them pretend it never happened. The other, larger part is making his hands go through the signs for one of the only genjutsu he picked up from Sakura. Naruto pulls an invisible cloak jutsu around himself. His mouth screws up in a wince as sound muffles and color fades. Naruto doesn't need to see himself to know that his surroundings are bending crudely around his body and the edges of his form are wobbly and obvious. If he stands out in the open, if Sasuke and Ino look directly at him, they'll clock him immediately. So Naruto instead presses his back flush to the wall, creeping up until he's at the corner, and cranes his neck just enough to get a good look at what's up ahead. Sasuke is leaning on the wall between the men and women's restrooms, arms crossed tight over his chest. Ino's hands are firmly on her hips as she glares up at him. Ino has a scowl etched onto her face while Sasuke has defaulted back to the, mostly blank but the tiniest bit annoyed, expression he wore at all times when they were younger. Naruto doesn't want to see where this is going. He stays and watches anyway. "Don't bullshit me, Sasuke," Ino snaps, blowing her long bangs out of the way only for them to fall back over her right eye. "We've known each other too long for that. Tell me why you're going." "Because the Hokage told me to, why else?" Sasuke grunts. "Literally what did I just say?" Ino exclaims, throwing her hands out in an emphatic gesture. "You could have said no. You are legally allowed to say no. It would have been smart for you to say no. And despite your best efforts to prove me wrong, I know you're smart. And telling the Hokage no to their face usually isn't smart," Sasuke counters, eyes narrowing by a fraction. Ino rolls her eyes with her whole head, groaning, "Oh my god, Sasuke, I know Tsunade isn't the fucking second Hokage, she's a normal reasonable woman. And she's your teacher who adores you. You really expect me to believe you were just too scared to tell her? You already know why I'm going," Sasuke cuts in, voice burning like acid. "You just want to hear me say it." Ino rocks back, eyes going wide for a moment, before she regains her footing and her scowl returns. "Yes. I do. So go on, Sasuke. I'm not letting you go until I hear you admit it. Out loud." Sasuke sighs through his nose, holding his silence for a long moment before he finally says, "I need to know where Sakura is. I need to know what happened to her. If anyone knows, it's Kabuto." Ino slaps her hands over her face, making a frustrated sound through her teeth. God, hearing it out loud is just Sasuke. You can't seriously think you're going to be able to just ask someone like Kabuto that question and get a straight answer. Of course not, Sasuke snaps. That's what the Sharingan are for. Nobody can lie without tells. Oh yeah, that's gonna go over real well, Ino scoffs, throwing her hands off her face in another wide, dramatic gesture. That's gonna be a huge show of good faith to the person we're trying to keep from setting the world on fire. Are you seriously going to risk international stability and security over a fucking girl? Sasuke bares his teeth. Like you said, Ino, I'm not an idiot. There's plenty of ways for me to use my Sharingan without getting caught. Ino slams a fist into the wall beside Sasuke's head. He doesn't flinch, but he does shut up. Ino asks in a low, threatening rumble, "Do you want to know why I cut my hair, Sasuke?" Sasuke's head tilts, his bangs falling forward to obscure his eyes. "No, but you're going to tell me anyway." Ino's jaw clenches, a vein popping out on her neck. "When we were kids, all Sakura and I cared about was one-upping each other by seeing who'd get to you first. There was a rumor going around that you liked girls with long hair. So we both grew our hair out. And then, during the exams, we both cut our hair to get away from someone trying to kill us. Sakura kept her hair the way it was as a reminder. So did I. And when she left..." Ino steps back, crossing her arms over her chest, and spits in Sasuke's face. "It hit me all at once that I was trying so hard to copy and catch up to someone who never gave a shit about me. I don't know what she's really trying to pull and I don't care. The facts are that Sakura was willing to drop me as a friend over a boy. Sakura was willing to kill me because I was in her way. Sakura was willing to lie to me and betray our village because I wasn't worth even reconsidering for. So I cut it all off. Because I'm done living in her shadow. I'm done trying to beat her by being someone you'd want. My hair is mine, and my life is mine. I'm done letting her tell me what to do with it. Ino's eyes soften for just a second, and she whispers, is there even a chance that you're gonna do the same? Sasuke says nothing. He turns away from her, hiding his face completely. Ino shuts her eyes and sighs, you're hopeless, Sasuke. The words are familiar, but the tone isn't. Ino used to tell Sasuke he was hopeless like someone tells a puppy it's adorable. It's like she's saying goodbye. Naruto swallows and it burns the whole way down. He pads back to halfway down the hall, then drops the invisible cloak, folds his arms behind his head, and strolls as loudly as he can towards the bathrooms. He hears Ino mutter something under her breath before whispering, I can't tell you what to do or how to feel. Just be careful. Sasuke doesn't respond. Ino comes around the corner just as Naruto's about to turn it, arms crossed tight and eyes on the floor. Naruto does her the kindness of pretending she's not even there. Naruto turns the corner, forcing himself to sound casual as he says, damn, you're still here? Everything good? Sasuke gives him a quick jerk of a nod, yeah. Everything's good. He doesn't give Naruto the chance to say anything else, turning and heading back to their private room without another word. Naruto keeps his lips pursed tight as he uses the restroom. He knew things were going too well. He knew he was getting too comfortable. When he circles back to dinner, all he can see is how Sasuke and Ino are barely talking to anyone and definitely not talking to each other. All he can see is Sasuke staring into space, Ino leaning so hard on Lee she might as well be in his lap. All he can see are scars crisscrossing Kiba's face, stiffness in Niji's shoulder, effort in Shino's every breath. All he can see is how tightly they've packed themselves in to hide the empty space at the table. Everyone eats their fill and pays their share of the check. Naruto is hyper-aware of how his friends pair off, or don't pair off, as they leave. Niji puts an arm around Tenten and they head off in the direction of her house naturally as breathing. Sasuke waves wordlessly over his shoulder and disappears down the street. Shikamaru drifts off with a clipped goodbye and a pensive knot between his eyebrows, but Koji spares the group an apology on his behalf before following him. Shino almost offers to walk Hinata home before Kiba elbows him hard in the ribs, wags his head in Naruto's direction, then makes excuses for them both that leave Hinata red-faced and frowning as they walk away. Lee insists on seeing Ino home. Once she relents he sweeps her up into his arms and sprints away, leaving a dust cloud, an echo of Ino shrieking in surprise, and a wide-eyed Naruto and Hinata in his wake. It's only after a moment of silence that Naruto realizes he's been left alone with Hinata. He glances down to see her futzing with her fingers, her eyes on the ground. It's familiar. It's cute. Why is it so cute? Naruto rubs at the back of his neck, asking just as Hinata opens her mouth to speak, which way's the Hyuga compound from here? I'll walk you home. Hinata's white eyes whip up to meet his, wide as the moon, oh, no and no, you don't have to do that, it's so far from your apartment, I wouldn't want to impose. You're not imposing if I'm offering, Naruto cuts in, grinning again, besides, what kind of friend would I be if I didn't make sure you got home safe? The shitty kind, believe it. Hinata's mouth closes in a tiny, bright smile, and after a moment she nods, well then. If you're sure. It's this way. Hinata starts walking and Naruto falls in step with her. The village streets are quiet this time of night, the buzz of street lamps and the sound of night birds filling the silence between the two of them. Naruto's eyes keep darting to Hinata. His mind is still stewing on the conversation between Ino and Sasuke, and all this quiet isn't helping that. He should say something. But what? Naruto shoves his hands in his pockets and looks up at the sky as he defaults to petty gossip, so what's up with Ino and Lee? Are they, dating now? Hinata shakes her head, pushing some hair behind her ear, not yet. Naruto arches a brow, not yet. Well, Hinata laughs lightly, shrugging her shoulders, I think. It's pretty obvious, you know. They're very close, and neither are all that subtle when it comes to their feelings. But I don't think they're ready yet. Naruto frowns, what's there to be ready for? He likes her, she likes him, they're both so transparent there's no way they don't know they're both into each other. What's left but to make it official? Hinata looks up from the ground and fixes her gaze on the road ahead. Well, I can't be sure, you know, Ino and I are closer than we were, but we don't really talk about these kinds of things. And I've never been that kind of close with Lee. But I know what it's like to be. Hinata tips her head down so that her hair obscures most of her face, her voice dropping to almost a whisper, to have very strong feelings for someone, for a very long time. It becomes like another constant in your life, you know? The sun rises in the east and sets in the west, the sky is blue, you're in love with, for Ino, Suzuki, for Lee, Sakura. And for that to change, it'd be like waking up and the sky's green. Naruto finishes in a low mumble. Hinata nods, clasping her hands and letting them rest just below her chest. See, change is scary. No matter what kind. It makes you doubt everything. Especially yourself. Pretending everything's the same is easier. Pretending that something that's obviously true isn't, is a lot easier. Naruto forces a harsh breath out through his nose. Guess I should be grateful Sakura made it easy for me, then. Hinata glances at him, brow furrowing. What do you mean? Naruto almost launches into it all, but catches himself. Hinata and Suzuki are pretty close. He's not sure how close, but he can't take chances that this will get back to him. Naruto looks Hinata in the eye. Can you promise me that you won't tell anyone what I'm about to tell you? Hinata blinks rapidly, then nods twice as fast. Why yes, absolutely, of course. Naruto shuts his eyes and sighs. I guess I was kinda in the same boat as Ino and Lee before Sakura left. I was trying to sort out that Sakura and Suzuki actually liked each other now, and that I didn't really have the same crush I used to on Sakura. And then she left the village trying to get power she doesn't need from the guy who killed the third Hokage. She put us through hell, she nearly killed Suzuki, she nearly killed me, and now. Naruto runs his hands through his hair with an agitated grunt. Forget not liking her, I don't know if I even like her anymore. I know Suzuki and Kakashi are desperate to get her back, but whenever I think about her, all I remember is how fucking mean she was when we fought. Not just the things she said but how she fought. And it just makes me remember all the times when she'd call me annoying and stupid and hit me for making her look bad in front of Suzuki or something, and I'm starting to forget why I ever liked her in the first place. Naruto lets his hands drop from his head with another sigh. I feel like an asshole. She was one of my best friends. If I should be able to understand and forgive anyone it should be her, but I just can't. Hinata is quiet for a long moment, staring thoughtfully down at her hands as she futzes with her fingers. Naruto shoves his hands deep in his pockets and tries not to stare at her. He's pretty sure he's doing terribly. She looks up at him from the corner of her eye. I do. I understand where you're coming from. And I don't think you're wrong to be upset with her. She hurt you. She hurt all of us. I was upset with her too, for a while. After all, if she hadn't run away, if she hadn't left, my teammates, my friends wouldn't have gotten seriously injured trying to get her back. Hinata brings her hands up to run through the ends of her hair, angling her face so she's looking straight at Naruto, but at the same time. After a while, and after talking to some of the others, I don't know. I agree that what Sakura did didn't make sense, and I didn't understand it. But I started to realize that might have been because I didn't know as much as I thought I did. Naruto frowns. What do you mean? Well, Hinata explains, Sakura and I weren't close. But even then, I knew Sakura wasn't. Sakura kept things to herself a lot. Even when we were in the academy, she never really. She didn't speak her mind. I know I envied her life, sometimes. It felt like she had everything I wanted, an accepting family, good grades, the ability to just blend into the crowd. Hinata's mouth quirks at the corner with the hint of a smile, but then, like I said, I talked with the others, and it got me thinking. No family is perfect. And nobody can get grades like that without studying. And for some people want to stand out. Sakura was. Sakura is very different from me. And she's very different from you, too. It's hard to understand people we don't have a lot in common with, especially when they keep so much under wraps, but it's not impossible. Sakura could be mean, and she could be petty and selfish and small-minded, but well, so could Sasuke. And he didn't commit treason. I don't know. I feel like we don't have as clear of a picture of why Sakura did what she did as we might think we do. Naruto bites down on the inside of his cheek. Much as he doesn't want to admit it, Hinata is right. But the fact that he doesn't want to admit to that still says something. He'd accepted that Gaara wasn't just a monster. He'd accepted that Haku and Zabuza weren't monsters. But they hadn't been his friends first. They hadn't left him. They hadn't told him he was a stupid, selfish idiot who wasn't special, just a monster. They hadn't told him he was holding them back. The wounds Sakura left are still bleeding, and he doesn't know how to make them stop. Hinata touches his elbow, feather-light, to bring his attention back to her. I know. I know that it's scary to think about, but I really think you should talk to Sasuke about this. Why yes, he is biased because of his feelings for her, but at the same time. Hinata's eyes drop to the ground, her cheeks flushing. If Sakura is anything like me, then there are. When talking to the person she loves, maybe she's told him things she didn't feel like she could tell anyone else. Maybe he really does know something we don't. Naruto stares down at Hinata for a few moments before he finds it in himself to smile. Thanks, Hinata. Hinata runs her fingers through her hair, all but beaming at the ground. It's nothing, really. I was just rambling, but I'm glad you. Yeah. Naruto's eyebrows leap up. You call that rambling? Hinata, you're really smart, believe it. Hinata all but jumps at the praise. What? No, that wasn't anyone could've. I couldn't, Naruto cuts in, I didn't. I'm calling it. You're smart. And I'm not gonna let you say you're not. Hinata shoves her own hands in her jacket pockets, mumbling, if you insist, then. Thank you. No problem, Naruto replies. Man, is this the longest we've hung out together since Tsunade's inauguration? Probably. That settles it, we absolutely have to do this more often, Naruto declares with a resolute nod. Do you like ramen? We should go to Ichiriku's after the next mission briefing tomorrow. Sasuke says he's already sick of ramen and I've only been back for, like, a week. Hinata's whole face is cherry red, but she manages at least to answer, I might be. I don't know if I'll be free. Naruto just shrugs, all good, if you're free, if you're not, some other time. I just think we should hang out more, is all. Hinata takes a deep breath and looks Naruto directly in the eye, voice coming out in a rush, I'd like that. It's not much longer before they're at the gate to the Hyuga compound. The white walls glow in the moonlight, making the black wood and tiles of the gate itself seem that much darker in contrast. Hinata bows from the waist, thank you for walking me home. Naruto grins, folding his arms behind his head, no problem, I had a good time. See you tomorrow. Hinata stands up straight and hits him with the full force of her smile, see you tomorrow. Hinata darts through the gate, quick as a rabbit and just as quiet. Naruto lingers at the gate for a moment, listening until Hinata's nearly silent footfalls disappear. He turns on his heel and heads for home, humming under his breath the whole way. Sakura pushes the last of the natural energy out of Yugo then, after a breath, removes the tag from his forehead with a smile, good morning, Yugo. Yugo blinks himself awake, flexing his still mostly skinless left hand as he does. His eyes roam past Sakura and lock onto Suigetsu and Zayden as they amble up the stairs. Despite having to lean on Suigetsu to make it safely over to the group, Zayden's in better shape than he was. He's sporting clean bandages over all his wounds, and once they've made it to Sakura he's able to step away from Suigetsu and carefully move to sit on her left side without any help. Suigetsu. Well, he isn't moving like he's wounded, but he looks a mess. His clothes are covered in distinctive tears that could only come from razor-sharp fangs and blood stains. Not his blood, of course. Suijutsu doesn't really bleed unless something's gone horribly wrong. Suijutsu drops down to sit between Yugo and Zayden with a grumble, rolling his neck and rubbing at a sore spot on the back of it. Alright, Sakura begins, keeping one hand on Yugo's shoulder to encourage him to keep pushing natural energy out as he breathes. How are we all holding up? Considering I've been doing nothing but kicking the asses of testy snakes day in and day out, could be worse, Suijutsu huffs, resting a cheek on his fist. I could be fighting the female snakes. They'd kill you in minutes, Yugo mutters. Sure would, Suijutsu sighs, and with all their fancy genjutsu tricks I probably wouldn't even know it happened till I was buried. I'm surviving, Zayden answers, bored out of my skull, honestly. Might ask Ichikashima him for one of those sleepy tags she puts on you, big guy. Yugo scowls at him, they don't put you to sleep. It's like blinking. Except when you open your eyes again, a whole day has passed. That's even better, Zayden remarks through a wan smirk. It won't be long before we're well enough to travel and our borrowed time is up, Sakura states. I have an idea of what we should do next. Suijutsu opens his mouth, likely to tell her to piss off, but Sakura puts a hand up. Before you say anything, hear me out. I'm not asking we stay together any longer than we have to. What I am saying is that I made promises to you all that I can't keep, but I'd like to keep as much of them as I'm able, and help you disentangle yourselves from me. Once that's done, we can go our separate ways, perfect strangers. Suijutsu lets his mouth hang open for a couple seconds longer before he says, let's hear your idea, then. Sakura pauses to take a breath before she explains, I'm proposing that I escort the three of you to the Land of Waves. Once there, Suijutsu, I know where Zabuza's sword is and can take you to it. I know the engineer who built the Great Naruto Bridge. My team saved his life multiple times. If the goodwill he has towards me and my team is stronger than his fear of the Leaf Village, I can try and leverage that connection to book you all passage on a ship to the southern ports in the Land of Wind. If you make it there, you can use that as a jumping-off point to head further west, where shinobi won't follow. It's not much. But if I can, I'd like to help you get somewhere safe. You don't deserve to go down for my mistakes. Zayden rubs at his beard with a frown, and what are you gonna be doing while we're sailing away, Pinky? Sakura's eyes drop to her knees. It's harder to say this out loud than she thought it'd be. She takes another breath and pulls her chin up, forcing herself to pull her chaotic thoughts together. I need to know the truth. I need to know why the village screwed me over. I don't know what I'll do when I find out. But I've tried to put the pieces together, try to deduce what it is I did or know or don't know that would lead to this, and I don't have enough information. So I have to find more. I'm staying with you. Sakura's head whips around to stare wide-eyed at Yugo. He's doing his best to keep calm and collected even as his breathing is starting to grow heavy with the effort of pushing out more and more natural energy. That he's kept himself lucid for 5 minutes straight is his biggest step yet. Yugo, you don't have to. I want to, Yugo cuts in, his gaze intense. You're the only person who's ever really tried to help me. I'm not just going to abandon you, Sakura. You're my friend. Sakura wants to cry. Sakura wants to give Yugo a hug. Sakura wants to blurt out that she lied to him when they first met, that she lied to Kimimaro, that she only tried to become his friend in the first place to use him and she doesn't deserve his kindness. But the saddest part of it all, the thing that makes her eyes burn and throat ache, is that even if she did tell him all of that, Yugo wouldn't care. Not because he has Naruto's all-forgiving heart, but because he still doesn't think he deserves any better. Sakura doesn't want to try unpacking all of that in front of Suijutsu and Zayden. She can tell they don't have time, anyway. Patches of gray are starting to appear on Yugo's skin. They're smaller and growing more slowly than usual, but they're there. If she returns for more sage training, she'll have to bring him along. Sakura looks him in the eye, only if you're sure. Yugo nods, I'm sure. You should probably put the tag back on. I don't think I have much longer left in me. Sakura sighs through her nose, nodding silently. With one arm she helps Yugo sit up straight while she uses the other to grab the tag. She places the tag on his forehead and his eyes instantly slide closed. He slumps forward, but doesn't fall to the floor. That's an improvement too, she supposes. Senjutsu is turning out to be a subtle, frustrating discipline, with growth measured in centimeters rather than inches. It's nothing she isn't used to. But right now, she could really use something more dramatic. Sakura turns back to the other two members of her team. She was hoping they would look, well, not happier. She's not sure that's possible in their situation. Contented? Satisfied? Whatever she was hoping for, she's sure it's not the stormy looks on their faces. Sakura swallows hard. This was the best solution she could come up with, and if they're still not alright with it. Suijutsu forces a harsh breath through his teeth and mutters, fine. Sure. That's fucking, whatever. It's fine. Zayden stares her down with a sharpness that brings on a sudden flashback to Kakashi's dark eye picking her apart during their graduation test. You asked Yugo if he was sure. Are you? Sakura blinks a few times, then forces herself to nod. Like I said, you all don't deserve to go down for my mistakes. This is for the best. Zayden shuts his eyes and shakes his head. Yeah. I suppose it is. All right. Where exactly is this cave we've been squatting in? Sakura glances furtively over her shoulder in search of any snakes. There aren't any she can see, but that doesn't mean there aren't any around. Just in case saying it out loud is against the rules, Sakura instead answers by taking her map out of her pack, unfurling it, and pointing out their exact location. Zayden takes his pipe out from where it's wedged in his belt, twirling it around with his fingers as he studies the map. Zayden jabs the bit of his pipe into the apex of the bay a mile to the north. Then when we leave, we're going to Chikyo. I know people there. They'll get us passage to the land of waves for cheap. Sakura lets out the breath she'd been very aware she was holding. Thank you. Zayden flips his pipe so the stem is facing her. Thank me by holding this while I pack it. Sakura dutifully does. She avoids eye contact with Zayden the whole time. She was hoping this would ease the tension between them all. But it's still there, hanging as thick in the air as tobacco smoke. Well. At least they won't have to be around each other much longer. Shikamaru must really be losing his touch, because he doesn't realize his team is being watched until they're a few miles out from their destination. He had chalked up the feeling of eyes all over him for the past day and a half to the paranoia he's been living with for 2 years. It was an easy rationalization to make when they were in dense forest, craggy border mountains, and the unfamiliar streets of the hot water village. It's a lot harder when you're out on open volcanic tundra, with only snowdrifts and the occasional erupting geyser acting as cover for anyone lying in wait for an ambush. Shikamaru looks to Ino over his shoulder and whispers, "We need to talk." Quietly. Ino doesn't need to know any more than that. Her eyes nearly close and she forms the ram sign as discreetly as possible. Invisible lines of chakra shoot out from Ino's brain to connect the minds of everyone in Team 10. Shikamaru bites the side of his tongue, forcing any thoughts he doesn't want the others to see away from the surface. He transmits to the team, "We're being followed. Have been since we left the village." Koji cobbles his shock and disbelief together into, "Are you sure? I haven't seen anyone." Shikamaru's teeth dig deeper into his tongue, "Not enough to draw blood but it's not far away, neither did I. But they're having a harder time hiding out here." Instead of explaining with words, Shikamaru lets the raw data flow from his mind to theirs. Displaced stones on the rocky ground, traces in the snow that aren't footprints anymore but obviously were at some point, puffs of steam from distant geysers that just don't look right, shadows on the horizon that by speed alone can't be animals or birds, drops of water too far away from geysers or snow melt to be from them, a collage of tiny signs that they're being followed by people good at covering their tracks in any other environment than this one. Or people who are deliberately leaving signs, but Shikamaru doesn't let that thought get through. Koji's eyes flicker up to the sky, the sun's going down, and we're nearly at the outpost. Do we want to just push through and face them in a more defensible position? Asuma frowns hard, shooting Koji a sharp look from the corner of his eye. That might be why they're following us. If we lead them straight there we're exposing it to whatever enemy of leaf or hot water is trailing us. Shikamaru looks to Asuma, shake or counter. Asuma clicks his tongue against his teeth, that'll depend. Ino, take a look. Ino shuts her eyes. The lines of telepathic communication break as Ino draws her chakra back in, then releases it in a wave of static tingling that washes over the team. It radiates out from Ino in a 20-meter radius sphere, something Shikamaru can't see, but knows like its instinct. A knot forms between Ino's brows, a slight frown dimpling one cheek. She takes a breath, putting her hands back into the ram sign on the exhale. Koji swallows hard, running a hand through his hair. Asuma adjusts his headband, the plate glinting in the low sunlight. The moment before Ino can connect their minds again, the ground shakes beneath Team 10's feet. The intensity of the quake knocks them to the ground. All the geysers around them simultaneously erupt, spewing forth massive gouts of steam that fill the air like fog rolling in off the ocean. Shikamaru forces himself upright, looking wildly around. He can't see more than a foot in front of his face. The world has grown eerily silent. He waves a hand this way and that through the steam and meets a surprising amount of resistance, barely budging the vapor. Shikamaru chances sending chakra up to his nose to sharpen his sense of smell and is hit with the pungent odor of sulfur. He immediately cuts the flow. They've got almost every mundane sense covered. If he's right about why this steam is so thick, if Ino tries to link their minds again, the chakra suffused within the steam will make it impossible for her to get a clear idea of where they are. Shikamaru chances the one sense a smoke screen wouldn't be able to block and shouts, "Asuma! We need a wind jutsu, now! Make it big!" Shikamaru drops, preemptively bracing for gale force wind to buffet him from all sides. He waits 1 heartbeat, 2, 3. Nothing. Shikamaru jolts back up to his feet, "Asuma!" From what sounds like miles away, Shikamaru hears Ino's voice calling, "Shikamaru, is that you? Where are you?" Shikamaru's heart skips a beat. He hears Koji's voice shouting something faint and indistinct. "No, Asuma. There's no way they could have gotten this far apart in a few seconds. Is this a genjutsu? If it was, why not just silence their voices completely? Why isn't Asuma responding? Why isn't he using a wind jutsu? Why?" He hears Ino let out a wordless cry of shock that quickly fades, as if she was dragged away mid-scream. There's a noise, it could be Koji, but it's so quiet Shikamaru can't tell. Shikamaru's mind is outracing his heart. This is too perfect, this timing is too perfect. They had to have been close, they had to have known exactly what Ino was doing, they had to know she knew where they were, but this timing was too perfect. How? Stop, 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 that's not relevant, that's not helpful, he needs to disperse the smoke, but how? He doesn't have any wind jutsu up his sleeve. What does he have up his sleeve? Shadow techniques, of course, but shadows cast in fog are almost as useless as shadows at night. Shikamaru hears the sound of claws scratching on stone and drops to his stomach. A lean shadow soars over him. A second slower and it would have crashed right into his back. It lands in a sprint. Shikamaru only gets the barest glimpse of canine back legs and a whip-thin tail before the creature disappears into the steam. There's a chorus of growls, Shikamaru can't tell how many. Hounds. They're hunting him with hounds. Shikamaru grits his teeth and rises to his haunches. If they want to hunt him like a stag, fine. But they're gonna learn that a stag's antlers aren't just for show. Shikamaru needs to clear the fog and he needs to create light. He has all the tools to do that in his flak jacket pockets. Shikamaru reaches into one of the pouches on his chest and draws out a single-leaf village chakra flare. He holds it in his teeth as he keeps rifling through his pockets, drawing out all the flash bombs and explosive tags he has. He sets them all down in a circle, alternating one flash bomb, one explosive tag, until he's fully penned himself in. Last but not least, he reaches into one of the pockets near his waist and pulls out a spool of wire. Shikamaru unspools a few meters of the wire and ties one end around the flare. The rest he cuts with his teeth into shorter lengths of wire, tying them all back to the original strand like a cat o' nine tails before tying each strand to an explosive tag or flash bomb. Shikamaru makes sure each explosive connects back to the flare before setting it on the ground in the center of the circle. He places his heel on the flare, then holds his hands together in the rat sign as he waits. He doesn't wait long. Nails scratch the ground and the growls quickly grow in volume. Shikamaru holds on until the steam starts to shift and ripple. He shuts his eyes before pushing down with his heel, breaking the flare. The compressed chakra courses down the wire and hits the explosives. All around him the flash bombs explode into light, the tags burst into flame and smoke, and the force of the blasts punches a hole 3 meters wide in the steam. Shikamaru opens his eyes to see 5 dark, lean, identical hunting hounds baring their teeth. He slams his hands into the bird sign, ninja art shadow stitching jutsu. Shikamaru's shadow beneath him goes shooting out, narrow spikes flying across the ground until they're beneath the dogs before shooting up off of it. The spikes of darkness spear through the dogs' jaws, throats, chests, any part of them Shikamaru can reach. 3 dogs burst into white smoke. 2 yelp in pain, blood splattering the ground. Shikamaru's shadow tendrils wrap around the dogs, binding them in place. He's taken care of the hounds. If the hunter wants to catch him, they'll have to come out of. There's a rumble beneath his feet. The ground splits. All Shikamaru sees is the flash of ice-white teeth before the hound's jaws snap down on his throat. Shikamaru's concentration breaks. His shadow retreats back beneath his feet, freeing the dogs. They shake their heads, gnash their teeth, and with ear-splitting barks they leap after their pack mate. Fangs dig into his knee and elbow. The 3 dogs knock him to the ground. They're lean, but not so thin that their weight isn't enough to pin him. Shikamaru tries to move, tries to thrash out of their grip, tries to scream, but the dog at his throat squeezes down and shakes its head. Shikamaru's head whips back and forth. The pain and pressure on his windpipe keeps the sound and air trapped inside. A human hand in a deep black glove snakes out of the fissure in the ground left by the 3rd dog. A human, petite in stature with their face hidden behind a porcelain wolf mask, crawls up onto the rocky ground. Their fatigues are pure black, unidentifiable. They stalk over to him, staring him down through black glass lenses. Shikamaru doesn't need to see their face to know they're considering whether or not to have the dog break his neck. They consider him for a few moments longer before winding up and kicking the side of his head with a steel-toed boot. Shikamaru sees stars. The world whirls and blurs like he's being spun in rapid circles. Pain blossoms from the point of impact and courses through his whole body. In the moments before Shikamaru drops unconscious, he sees another shape, another human, making their way over to his side. A voice, harried and angry and horrifically familiar, hisses, "This wasn't the you said you were going to take him alive." Another voice, flat and dead, drones, "He is alive. There are medics among us. He will survive the trip." A hallucination. That first voice has to have been an auditory hallucination brought on by the head trauma. But Shikamaru's mouth opens, and through the vice grip on his throat he squeezes out a faint, "Asuma." There's a long pause. Shikamaru's heart drops as his vision starts to tunnel. The first voice sighs, "I'm sorry, Shikamaru." And everything goes dark. Chapter 14, 13. 13 Niji was never very impressed with the capital. He should be. Tokyo is an ancient city, a trading port since the invention of ocean trade, and its architecture shows the eras the city has lived through like the rings on a tree. The city's sprawl is staggering, surpassing the Leaf Village in size and leaking out past old fortification walls once, twice, thrice over. Nestled between volcanic mountains and the ocean, the climate is mild and the soil is fertile, leaving the city both beautiful and prosperous beyond the wildest of dreams. The daimyo's palace is the jewel its crown, large enough to take up several city blocks with gilded statues covering the outside and exotic gardens hidden within. The city is a hub of culture, its food delicious, its art cutting edge, its people cosmopolitan and exciting. By all metrics, Niji should salivate at the idea of Tokyo and jump at any chance to take a mission here. But Niji is of the Hyuga branch house. He more than anyone knows beauty like this rarely exists without something ugly holding it up. As their platoon made their way through the foothills, Naruto had marveled over the size of the city while Niji quietly catalogued the rickety shanty town buildings making up the city's furthest limits. They'd picked their way through the city's dense weave of streets and Guy lectured Naruto about Tokyo's history while Niji glanced down cramped alleyways where poorer families were living 10 to an apartment. Tsunade, her guards, Sasuke, and Team 8 headed into the grand palace of the daimyo, leaving Team Guy and Naruto to stand watch while Niji's eyes stay on the ruin-covered island not even 4 miles off the coast. Tenten, perched upon one of the guardian lion statues flanking the palace gates, snaps him out of his reverie, dwelling on it isn't going to change anything, you know. Niji forces a breath through his nose, and though he knows lying to Tenten never works, he still gives it a try. I don't know what you're talking about. Tenten rolls her eyes and wags her chin towards Lee, Guy, and Naruto taking in the ocean view. You could give their way a try. I don't think a few hours of turning your brain off and enjoying the pretty scenery would kill you. Niji smirks up at her. That's not a luxury I can afford while we're at work. I don't want to risk not being able to turn my brain back on. Niji pulses the Byakugan to get a sketch of their surroundings. No enemies lying in wait on the rooftops, atop the telephone poles, or in the guise of beggars. Any shinobi worth the name would anticipate the Byakugan before infiltrating a large settlement in Fire Country. Danger could still be lurking just beyond his sight. But thanks to his other assignment, Niji knows it's quite a bit closer than that. His eyes fall on Naruto. The seal up his sleeve feels like it's written on lead instead of paper. As Tsunade and Kakashi outlined exactly what Naruto was capable of if not kept in check, Niji's skin had prickled with the phantom burn of the caustic chakra Naruto had drawn on during the exams. Part of him wonders if that's why he's who they chose. Niji may respect Naruto personally, but he knows firsthand just how close to the surface the monster is. Or it could be that between all 5 Jonin on this mission, he's been marked as disposable. Either is likely. Naruto himself pulls Niji back out of his head this time, hooking his thumb towards the island on the horizon and asking, "What's that out there?" Guy and Lee's smiles fall, but a wistful grin crosses Tenten's face as she answers, "That's where Whirlpool used to be. I've been here so many times, but when I look out at the island I still can't believe they were this close to us and they still fell. Guess it must have happened fast." Niji bites down the urge to chime in, or there was incentive for us to let it fall. Naruto scratches at the back of his head, squinting hard at the island. Whirlpool. You mean the land of whirlpools or the village hidden by whirlpools? Nowadays, they might as well be one and the same, Guy explains, voice somber. Their hidden village and their capital used to be on that island, but before they fell Whirlpool had colonized Benishu Island, Nanakusa Island, and some of the outlying islands in the Mist Sea. But that's what led to its downfall. The islands were simply too far apart for Whirlpool to effectively coordinate a defense when the Land of Water started grasping for territory. Lee's brow furrows. That is surprising. The Uzumaki clan placed seals on the ocean floor that would create whirlpools if ships without the corresponding key seals on their hulls got within a certain distance, did they not? You would think that would be defense enough against an invasion by sea. Tenten leans back on her hands, sighing, you sure would. But like you said, the seals had keys. And if you want to keep trade flowing, you gotta keep records of the keys somewhere. Spies stowed away on approved ships, got off on Whirlpool's islands, found where those records were kept, and sent them back to Mist. The rest is history. Wait, Naruto exclaims, eyes wide, you can't just casually mention that there's an Uzumaki clan like that. What? How long has there been an Uzumaki clan? And why did nobody tell me? Niji imagines that Team 10 or 8 would be sheltered and privileged enough to be shocked that no one told Naruto about his clan. He can so clearly see them innocently humiliating Naruto by asking how he possibly couldn't know. But Team Guy are the village's cast-offs, the same as Naruto. They know full well that until very recently, there was no one who cared enough to tell him. Niji suspects that even now that people do care, they consider his ignorance bliss. Tenten has never held that opinion, because there isn't an Uzumaki clan anymore. The name still gets passed down in families, sure, but the clan is defunct. They were based out of Whirlpool, and because they were allies of the Senju through marriage we took in a lot of their refugees when the country fell. But wars are nasty and messy. The Uzumaki clan was cut down to a quarter of its population before they were scattered. And there weren't a lot of them to begin with. Some of their fuinjutsu has survived, but that's about all that's left of their legacy. That, Guy adds, pointing with his thumb to the spiral on the back of his flak jacket, and their symbol. We in the Leaf Village wear the insignia of our departed allies on our backs, commemorating a friendship that lasts long after death. Niji watches Naruto's face as it goes on a long, winding journey. The spark in his eyes dulls when Tenten tells him the clan's unfortunate fate, dimming more and more as she outlines the extent of their destruction, then lighting back up again when she says the word fuinjutsu. Naruto jogs up until he's right in front of the lion statue, staring in awe up at Tenten. You said their Fuinjutsu survived, right? How'd you learn about them? Tenten beams from ear to ear. Records of their techniques are in the village archives. If you're not a jonin yourself, you need one supervising you to read the scrolls, but I've learned tons of them. I can show you some when we stop for the night, if you want. Naruto starts to nod enthusiastically, then catches himself. I mean, yeah, but, like, since we're gonna be going ahead with the daimyo, we'll probably lodge overnight in a town, right? All the inns we've stayed at have been really run down, with really thin walls. Maybe we shouldn't talk about, like, my clan's old secret jutsu where anyone can hear. Tenten waves that off. That's what privacy seals are for. They're more reliable than genjutsu, and anyone with a little chakra can use them. Niji restrains himself from pointing out privacy seals are basically just genjutsu with an on/off switch. That's an argument that can last for hours. Naruto's mind is wandering again. Niji can see it in the way his brows are knitting together and his head is tilting to one side again. No wonder Hinata likes him, she's always had a soft spot for puppies. Naruto turns around, leaning against the statue's pedestal and tilting his head back to keep looking up at Tenten. Man, why are all the towns out there so run down, anyway? Like, the place we stopped last night didn't even have electricity. Like, I get some places are gonna be big and nice like here and home, and some places are gonna be little and shitty, but like, you'd think there'd be more in between places, believe it. Niji's eyes slit in a glare as he spits. It's simple arithmetic. There's a finite amount of resources in this country. Those in power decide where they go. They have an incentive to keep their military loyal and their centers of power thriving, so the lion's share goes there. What little is left over once those two needs are satisfied has to be evenly distributed across an entire country. Everyone else gets a fraction of a fraction. Niji catches Lee and Guy wincing again. Neither wants to admit he's right, but they're too good of men to deny the suffering of others. Naruto is staring at Niji with wide eyes. Naruto cranes his neck to look over his shoulder at the palace. You're making it sound like the daimyo is keeping those people poor on purpose. Tenten arches an eyebrow. That'd be a pretty wild accusation to make while sitting on the guy's front porch. It certainly would be, Niji replies, lips quirking in a sly, mirthless smile. Before anyone else can weigh in, the palace's grand gates creak open. Team Guy and Naruto turn toward the sound. An ornate carriage drawn by draft horses and flanked on all sides by ninja rolls out into the sunlight. Team 8 walks even with the horses, while 2 of the 12 guardian ninja guard the carriage itself and Sasuke takes up the rear. Another pulse of the Byakugan tells Niji that Tsunade and a third member of the 12 guardian ninja are riding in the carriage with Daimyo Agazawara himself. An unenviable position, if all the stories Niji has heard about the man are true. Guy's usual grin is back in place as he exclaims, "Excellent. It's time for us to get back on the road. Everyone, to your positions." Niji has never followed orders faster. The sooner they can put Tokii behind them, the better. I should be the one on lookout, Itake mutters for what Kisame swears is the millionth time tonight. Kisame wants to sigh out loud, but that will lead to an argument. And arguments with Itake aren't fun, because Itake doesn't really get mad, he gets sad. He just goes down a fatalistic spiral that leaves him less and less willing to listen and more willing to do something stupid and self-destructive. Which describes what they're doing right now quite well, but considering this is an order from the real boss Kisame couldn't really object. But he'll be damned if he lets Itake get in the way of what he can do to take some weight off of him. So instead of sighing, Kisame turns to Itake, points to a lump on the horizon, and asks, "Tell me, what's that?" Itake frowns up at him. They both know how unfair the question is. Even with his Sharingan making up for his deteriorating vision, it's the middle of the night, the moon is waning, they're looking out at the ocean, and even the Sharingan has a limit in terms of range. But Itake has enough Uchiha pride kicking around to bluff an island. Kisame arches a brow, then points at the surf lapping at the shore in front of them. How about the tides? They look normal to you. Itake's left eye twitches. Yes. And that's why you're not on watch, Kisame chuffs, putting a hand on Itake's head to turn it towards the island he pointed out, because sure, you may have the Sharingan, but you don't know the Mist Sea. Anyone who's sailed out this way as often as I have would know there is no island over there, at least not one you can see from the island we're on. Kisame moves his hand from Itaka's head to his shoulder, bringing him gently down to crouch next to him as he points at the tides. With the time of year and the phase of the moon, it should be high tide right now. But it's low tide. And if you look very closely, you can see that the tides aren't going straight out. They're going out at an angle, towards your island. Itaka's cheeks and the tips of his ears have colored in an embarrassed flush. Fine. I get it. Kisame grins. He's cute when he's flustered. Shame it doesn't happen more often. I don't think you do, Kisame murmurs, looking off towards the horizon, because this all means that our target is coming this way. Itaka's brows slowly rise, if it's that big on the horizon. It's massive up close, Kisame finishes. How close do you need to be? Itaka purses his lips as he thinks, I've never tried this before, so I can't be certain. But it needs to be close enough for me to make direct eye contact. Kisame clicks his tongue against his teeth, so just close enough to be dangerous. Itaka swallows hard, unfortunately. Kisame frowns out at the water, letting the silence stretch out for a long moment, before he asks, Are you sure you can do this? That your body can handle the strain? It has to, Itaka replies, voice flat and remote. It doesn't have any other choice. Most everyone accepts the image of Itaka, kinslayer, an unrepentant maniac, as gospel. Kisame imagines that's all down to the distance Itaka has created between himself and the world. If anyone else heard him say that, they would immediately realize the story has to be more complicated. Kisame wonders if Itaka will ever let him get close enough to find out. But that's not going to happen tonight, so he instead grins and asks, Any chance I can get a kiss for luck? Itaka's expression doesn't change, but the color comes rushing back to his face. No. Kisame laughs, rising to his feet. Maybe next time, then. All right. Let's get to work. Kisame's eyes flicker from the horizon to the tide, back and forth. As the silhouette grows larger and darker, the tides start to grow choppy, peaking white like strong winds are blowing while the air remains still. Kisame extends one arm all the way, closes one eye, and brings up his thumb. He waits until the shape is roughly the same size and shape as his thumbnail before walking out into the water, stopping when it's up to his waist. The sea is moving around him like white water rapids, threatening to drag him under and away. A pittance of chakra to his feet roots him to the sea floor. Kisame slaps both palms together, water chakra pooling between them, before slamming one hand onto the water's surface, water style, 5 hungry sharks. Kisame releases the chakra from the tips of his fingers into the water. The water melds with his chakra, coalescing into the form of 5 great white sharks. They circle around him, and Kisame takes one moment to let his fingers gingerly stroke the tops of their heads before, with a flick of his wrist, they race along the current towards the shape in the distance. Kisame leaves his palms on the water's surface, water chakra buzzing beneath the skin and ready to make more sharks should he need them. From the corner of his eye he catches Itaka jogging to the rickety dock, positioning himself next to their boat with a clear view of the target. After a few tense moments, the shape suddenly thrashes to one side, the movement revealing the bumps on its silhouette for the spikes they are. It whirls with a surprising amount of speed for its size, one of its spiny tails lashing down into the water. Kisame feels a twinge at the base of his skull and knows, instinctually, that it destroyed a shark in one strike. Nothing he wasn't expecting. He releases chakra into the water, sending another to take its place. He knows what his sharks are doing without having to see them. 2 are harrying the creature from the front while the other 3 rapidly swim from its back to its flanks and back again to force it forward. All the while they're staying below the creature, snapping at the soft spots its armored carapace doesn't cover. The creature has no shortage of ways to destroy his sharks. 1 it pierces through with a jagged spike of coral, another it shreds with its claws, 3 it sends spiraling down into the depths with a pulsing shockwave, and 5 at once it destroys by spinning fast enough to create a wave that crashes down on them with the force of an oncoming train. The wave makes its way to their position, hitting the dock and nearly sending Itaka sprawling. The wave slams into Kisame. He doesn't budge. He grins, showing off 2 rows of serrated teeth. Kisame slaps his hands together once more before plunging them beneath the water. 10 sharks materialize around him and cut through the increasingly violent tides towards their quarry. The effect is instant. The creature jerks to one side, the other, rears back, then drops low and speeds through the water with the wake of a speedboat spraying out behind it on an infinitely grander scale. The waves are beating at Kisame's chest like 1,000 fists, but he stands sturdy against the tide. His sharks force the creature closer and closer until it's finally close enough to make out its features. The Three Tails has always been a horrifically ugly beast. Between its lashing trio of tails, man-like hands, spines that can tear through freighter hulls, jaw full of jagged teeth, and one piercing eye, the creature earns every ounce of fear it strikes into the heart of sailors. Ships it wrecks rarely have survivors. Kisame counts himself among the lucky few. His grin turns a touch feral. The water daimyo ought to be paying them for this service. The Three Tails swims in wide, serpentine arcs, careening towards them far faster than his eyes can track. But one glance reveals attack is moving just as fast. Kisame lets the tips of his teeth dig into his tongue. He wills his sharks to change formation, bringing half to the front to slow the Three Tails' approach. He channels raw water chakra into the sea around him, grabbing hold of the roiling current and forcing it to move against the creature. Kisame moves the sea itself to push the Three Tails back by mere inches, but that much resistance is just enough to grab the beast's attention. Its eye alights on him, widening by inches. It rises to the height of a mountain, displacing enough water to send another towering wave their way. Kisame grits his teeth. He knows he'll withstand it, but if Itaka gets knocked over he'll miss his window. The instant the wave hits there's a deafening hiss. When the wave passes, Kisame looks to Itaka to see the water parted around him. His fingers are locked together in tiger. He's wreathed in flame and steam, glowing like a wildfire in the night. His eyes are wide and ferocious, his teeth grit in a snarl, as he looks the beast in the eye without flinching. He is beauty and terror and Kisame wants to burn alive in him. And for all that effort, it ends in an instant. Itaka goes still. The Three Tails freezes at the exact same moment. Its one eye shimmers red in the moonlight. The seas slowly calm, and Kisame finds a moment to catch his breath. The relief only lasts until he notices that Itaka still isn't moving. He's staring up at the Three Tails, eyes wide, shoulders slumped, mouth hanging slightly open like he's caught in a trance. Kisame is at his side in an instant. Itaka? Can you hear me? No response. Itaka only moves to take slow, heaving breaths. Kisame spits a curse through his teeth, running a hand along his scalp as he looks Itaka up and down for some clue as to how to reach him. His eyes linger for a moment on Itaka's hands, the low light glinting off his chipped nail polish. The idea comes in an instant and he's worried enough to immediately run with it. Kisame takes Itaka's hand. Itaka, squeeze my hand if you can hear me. There's an agonizing pause before Itaka squeezes his hand. Good, Kisame sighs. Can you move? Squeeze once for yes, twice for no. 2 squeezes. Damn it. This is why Madara should have just done this himself. Can you be moved? 1 yes, 2 no. 1 squeeze. Okay, Kisame hisses, that's something. 1 last question, do you have to maintain eye contact? 2 squeezes, though they're softer than before. That could mean that Itaka's strength is already fading. But Kisame has a feeling it really means Itaka isn't as sure as he was of his last 2 answers. Only one way to find out. Kisame lifts Itaka up off the dock with far more ease than he was expecting. Worrying in its own right, but more of a long-term problem. Kisame carries Itaka into the boat, setting him down near the back so he can raise the sails. Once done, he hauls the anchor all the way up so he can grab hold of the anchor itself, then turns to get a look at the Three Tails' eponymous tails. If he's lucky, he can find a soft spot on them. And luck's about all he can count on right now. Kisame calls over his shoulder to Itaka, make it head west. Itaka takes another deep breath in. When he breathes out, the Three Tails turns west and starts to swim. Kisame waits until one of its tails is passing by, then hurls the anchor. The anchor's hook buries itself into a gap between the armor plates and digs into the flesh beneath. The creature keeps swimming as though nothing happened, dragging their boat along behind it. Kisame settles down on one knee. His gut twists as he thinks about the work to come. Itaka won't be able to defend himself while he's controlling the three tails. It's going to be up to Kisame to keep him safe. A tall order, considering what they're going to be doing. But it's like Itaka said he has to. He has no other choice. From up above and far away, Chikyo almost looks peaceful. Cradled by mountains and enshrouded in morning mist, it's as though the whole bay is curled protectively around the city. You would be forgiven for thinking the city is cozy, maybe even quaint. But Yugo knows cities are noisy beasts, full of light and stench and trouble. Cities are full of people, and people like to stare. People like to poke and prod, because they're so far from nature they've lost their fear of wild animals like him. Yugo tucks his chin against his chest, drawing his hood further up. He hopes Sakura will let him stay outside until their ship leaves. But considering she was the one who begged him to change from his scrubs into Zayden's spare clothes to be less conspicuous, it's not likely. He glances over at Sakura and Zayden. As they'd left Ryokai Cave, trudged through saltwater swamp, traveled over rough country road, and hiked a jagged mountain pass, Yugo had felt them growing more and more anxious to see civilization again. Even though navigating the difficult terrain on one leg was an ordeal, Zayden had taken the lead. He's looking over the city now with the faintest of smiles. Sakura can't manage that. She's a wanted woman, a city is as dangerous for her as it is for Yugo, no matter how much she wishes it were otherwise. Yugo looks to Suijitsu, and finds. Yugo blinks. Once, twice, 3 times. Suijitsu's stance is loose. His eyes are wide as the sky, his mouth hanging open just enough to show his serrated teeth. His grip on his pack has faltered, the heavy bag sliding down his shoulder into the crook of his elbow. Yugo's brow furrows. He looks, awestruck. It can't be by the city. Yugo adjusts his stance so he can follow Suijitsu's line of sight. It falls not on Chikyo, but on the ocean, an endless sprawl of slate gray beneath an overcast sky. Something heavy settles in Yugo's chest as the pieces click together. He looks down to Suijitsu and asks, "When was the last time you saw it?" Suijitsu swallows hard, blinks harder, but the remnants of unshed tears cling to his eyelashes. 3 years ago. Yugo adjusts his hood once again to hide the small smile playing across his face. He's as happy for Suijitsu as he is envious. He wishes something as vast as the ocean could be home to him, too. Zayden murmurs, gentle as he can, "Come on, guys. There'll be a better view from the city." Suijitsu swallows hard and does his best not to run ahead of Zayden as they all make their way down the mountain. He doesn't do a very good job. The pines lining the road grow thinner as they approach, humble homesteads taking their place. Sakura draws her hands into her traveling cloak and runs through a seal sequence. Her chakra falls over them like a lace veil, rendering them completely uninteresting to passers-by. Yugo doubts they need it. The closer they get to the city, the busier the roads become. Travelers, horses, carts, and the first horseless carriages Yugo has ever seen pass their group on both sides in bursts of noise and speed. They have to move to the edge of the road, lest Sakura's genjutsu get them all run over. Yugo can feel his teeth grinding together. Sakura waves him forward so she can put a hand on his arm, silently urging him to breathe in rhythm with her. It only calms him a little. A little is enough for now. Between the mountains and the sea, Chikyo never had any need for walls. The city limits are instead marked by a pair of high stone watchtowers topped with the scarlet and gold pagodas of the old empire. The city past them is a patchwork, each neighborhood seemingly from a different time and place as the others. At the city's edge the buildings are shabby and narrow, with steep roofs covered in fish-scale tiles that curve at the ends. Government buildings, ryokan, and temples that show their age not through wear but rusticated foundations and gold ornamentation dominate the city center. Clean black townhouses line the fashionable streets connecting the city to the harbor, and down at the waterfront the warehouses, offices, and businesses catering to sailors are all cement, glass, and steel. The hustle and bustle only grows faster, louder, and more crowded as they follow Zayden through the city. They're forced by the flow of traffic to move at a pace just below a jog. Yugo has to wonder if today is special, or if Chikyo is always like this. Things thin out very slightly once they hit the harbor, giving them just enough room to breathe and set their own pace. Suijitsu slows down as they walk along the waterfront, eyes drawn to the sea like metal to a magnet. Zayden puts his hand on Suijitsu's shoulder to keep him moving. To Yugo's surprise, Suijitsu lets him. Zayden leads them along the main harbor boulevard for 15 minutes before he takes them down a side street, then another, and then suddenly swerves down an alleyway. Yugo can tell by the tiny frown on Sakura's face that she wants to tell Zayden her genjutsu is enough to shake any tails, but she won't. They get halfway down the alley before stopping in front of a nondescript metal door with a not-so-nondescript slot in it at eye level. Zayden looks to Sakura. "All right, drop the spell, Pinky." Sakura's frown grows by a centimeter. "It's ninjutsu, not a magic spell." Zayden rolls his eyes. "You do a bunch of hand motions, say an incantation, then do something outside the scope of normal human abilities. I'd say that makes it magic." Sakura pushes an exasperated breath through her nose and forms half a hand sign, breaking the jutsu so cleanly Yugo barely feels the chakra disperse. Zayden thanks her under his breath before kicking the door with his peg leg. The sound of metal hitting metal rings out loud enough to make Yugo, Sakura, and Suijitsu all wince and cover their ears. The slot in the door slides open, a pair of narrow eyes beneath a heavy brow peering through it. Zayden grins and waves. "Hey, Kaz. Missed me." The eyes go wide and the slot slides shut. There's the muffled sound of several locks unlocking before the door swings open, revealing a man only slightly shorter than Yugo. Every visible inch of skin aside from his face and hands is covered in intricate tattoos, a few even encroaching onto his shaved scalp. 2 swords, a katana, and wakizashi, hang at his hip. Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" he laughs, trading grips with Zayden. "Thought you'd be living it up in the land of fire by now, boss." Zayden flinches. "Yeah, well. There were some." His eyes reflexively dart to Sakura. "Miscommunications. We need the old man's help, Hidekazu." Hidekazu's grin drops and he steps aside, waving them in. "Let's get off the street, then." The 4 of them rush through, Yugo ducking low to keep from hitting his head on the steel door frame. He's confronted with the scent of tobacco the instant they cross the threshold. He's gotten used to the smell on Zayden, but this is a dozen times stronger. They seem to have stepped into some sort of gambling parlor, though at this hour nobody is betting at the tables. There are a handful more individuals who share Hidekazu's elaborate tattoos and rough appearance scattered around the room, some counting stacks of ryo, some smoking while making idle conversation, some inspecting bricks of what Yugo is going to pretend for everyone's sake is flour. None turn to gawk at the new faces, but it's hard to miss how their eyes flicker towards them every so often. Hidekazu closes the door behind him and crosses his arms over his chest. "So, how bad are we talking?" Zayden grimaces. "Wanted by the Leaf Village for treason and sedition." "Bad." Hidekazu's eyes go wide as saucers. Oh, you need to get out of here yesterday." "Exactly," Zayden replies. "We need passage to Wave and we need it ASAP." "The old man won't like it," Hidekazu warns, "especially not right now." Sakura pushes some hair out of her eyes as she asks, "What's special about now?" Hidekazu does a double take. "Have you all been living under a rock?" "More or less," Suijitsu snorts. "The Hokage and the Fire Daimyo are on their way here," Hidekazu explains. "Chikyo's acting as a neutral location for them to meet the Shogun of Sound tomorrow. If you're caught here, if you're caught with us." "We won't be," Sakura immediately cuts in, placing a hand over her heart. "I'm a shinobi, I specialize in genjutsu. I can hide us." Hidekazu frowns. "Kid, I know you think." Sakura only needs to make one hand sign. In a breath, the 4 of them disappear. Hidekazu's eyebrows fly up, his hand darting to his swords. Everyone else in the room is too shocked to pretend they aren't watching, dropping what they were holding and choking out curses. Yugo blinks. Cities this size tend to have ninja stationed in them on long-term defense contracts. You'd think people would be used to ninjutsu here. Evidently, you'd be wrong. Sakura drops the genjutsu, reappearing at Hidekazu's side. "I know perfectly well what I'm capable of, sir." Once Yugo, Suijitsu, and Zayden have reappeared, Zayden adds, "I get it, Kaz, I've worked with as many arrogant rogue ninja as you have. But Sakura's the real thing. Still arrogant, but the real thing. If anyone can keep us from being discovered, it's her." Sakura shoots Zayden a glare and Suijitsu stifles a laugh behind his hand. Hidekazu's eyes shift from Sakura to Zayden and back. After a moment, he heaves a sigh. It'll be up to the old man, he mutters, heading towards a set of stairs in the far corner of the room. Come on, Zayden. If this is gonna work, you're gonna have to beg him personally. Zayden presses his mouth into a tight line, glancing at Sakura before he says, go on ahead and butter him up for me. I need to talk to the kids real quick. Hidekazu's eyes narrow, and he simply replies, don't keep him waiting, before disappearing up the stairs. Zayden wags his head towards a dark corner of the gambling parlor. He ambles over and the three kids follow, huddling in tight. Suijitsu, Zayden, and Sakura all angle themselves so their backs are to the rest of the room. Yugo frowns. Showing these criminals their backs feels completely antithetical to everything he's heard about ninja training. It clicks quickly. These people are civilians. Sakura and Suijitsu will feel them coming if they try to stab them in the back. What's more important is they not see their lips moving. Yugo adjusts his stance to match them. Zayden whispers, you really don't have anything to say about this, Pinky. Sakura's face screws up in confusion. What are you talking about? The woman who wants you dead is going to be here tomorrow, Suijitsu hisses. You wanted information, right? No better person to get it from than the Hokage. And there's the matter of sound having a shogun, Zayden presses, doesn't sound like the kind of title Sanha would take to me. Aren't you the least bit curious about that? Sakura's eyes drop to the carpet. Of course I am. But I'm not so arrogant as to think I can even do recon on Tsunade with only one ally and no time to plan in a city I don't know. Besides, it's not like I can send the two of you ahead on a ship and stay behind with Yugo. Drawing a map to Zabuza's sword and sending you to Tajuna with a letter vouching for you isn't going to get you far. Zayden and Suijitsu both open their mouths to argue, but cut themselves off. There's a storm thundering behind their eyes as they grind their teeth and grip their packs with white knuckles. Sakura is just staring at them, incomprehension writ large across her face. Her logic is sound. But Yugo gets the feeling logic is fighting a bloody battle against something far stronger in Zayden and Suijitsu's minds. And Sakura is buried too deep in her own mind to see it. Zayden shakes his head, breaking eye contact. If this is the plan, Pinky, then it's the plan. I'm gonna go talk to the old man. Don't go far. Zayden turns on his peg leg and ambles to the stairs before Sakura can get a word in edgewise. Sakura watches him go with a tight knot between her brows. The silence slides in, thick like molasses. Yugo's eyes keep skating over the criminals in the room. He can feel the buzz at the base of his skull rising into an insistent thrumming. They're cowards, too afraid to just stare at them right out but also too afraid to take their eyes off of them. What are they worried about? That he'll snap? That he'll leap over those roulette tables, tear their teeth out of their mouths, split their skulls. Sakura's hands are tugging insistently at the front of his cloak. Yugo, look at me. These people think they're so strong, covering themselves in tattoos like poisonous fish displaying their danger through bright colors. They're not strong. Yugo could lift them by their hair and send them straight through any one of these tables. He could send them through the floor. He could rip their rib cages open without a thought. Suijitsu hisses through his teeth. Can you cloak him and calm him down? He could tear through their skin with his teeth, rip their limbs from their bodies with his hands, tear their jaws from their skulls, rip and tear, rip and tear, rip and tear until they're nothing but meat and bone painting the hall red and white. Yugo is suddenly moving. Sakura has a hand on his shoulder and Suijitsu is dragging him by the elbow. Yugo wrenches against Suijitsu's hold. No one cages him, no one contains him, no one controls him, no one but Sakura squeezes his shoulder, and the rational part of his mind manages to shout through the fog that this isn't him. This is natural energy, filling him up and overwhelming him. Yugo breathes hard and slow. It's taking all his strength just to hold it together, and he's not sure how long he can manage that much. Suijitsu pulls them back out into the alleyway, cutting across the main boulevard and all the way down to the beach. He doesn't stop until they've ducked beneath a tall pier, hidden in its shadow from the light rain and prying eyes. Suijitsu lets go and Sakura takes Yugo by the shoulders, forcing him to look down at her. Breathe, Yugo, she whispers, breathe with me, look for the natural energy inside you. Yugo shuts his eyes, breathing in time with Sakura. It takes far longer than it would for someone with shinobi training, but Yugo pinpoints the flow of his chakra. It takes twice as long to isolate the feeling of natural energy mixing with and rubbing against it, but he's able to differentiate the low pulse of natural energy from the high buzz of chakra. I have it, he mutters. Good. Now try to move it. Move it separate from your chakra, bring it up towards my hands. It's like she's asking him to redirect a river's flow. He can't do it anywhere near as cleanly as she wants. He pulls the natural energy up towards his shoulders, but he's using the same reflexes he uses to move chakra. It's impossible not to bring chakra along with it. The skin on his shoulders is growing rough and spiny beneath Sakura's hands, buzzing like a live wire, but Sakura keeps hold of him. Okay, good enough. Now push it out. Don't worry, I'll help you. Yugo opens the chakra points on his shoulders. Immediately he can feel Sakura drawing the natural energy out, separating it from his chakra with the ease of talent and practice working in harmony. Yugo doesn't have much of either. Here at the level of his skin he can't tell chakra from natural energy and just sends it all out into the air in jets of heat and sparks. It's only when he starts to shake, when his extremities go deathly cold, when Sakura insistently whispers stop, does he finally shut his chakra points again. He drops heavy to his knees, his body shivering but his mind clear. He pries his eyes open just a crack. I'm sorry. Sakura crouches down across from him, her smile weary. I'll say this as many times as it takes, Yugo, this isn't your fault. I should be better at this, Yugo grumbles, absently grabbing a handful of sand just to let it slip through his fingers. You did most of the work there at the end. Sakura blinks. I did. Yugo's frowns. Yeah, you did. If it'd just been me I would have pushed out all my chakra and lost consciousness. Sakura looks away, a slight flush spreading across her pale cheeks. Oh. I guess I didn't notice. It didn't feel like I was doing much. It felt too easy, I was kinda getting worried. Yugo arches a brow. Don't brag, Sakura. Sakura's eyes go wide and she frantically waves her hands, sputtering. No, I wasn't. I didn't mean for it to come off that way, I just meant. Yugo grins, laughing softly. I was joking, Sakura. Sakura lets out a bewildered giggle. You were? That's the first joke you've ever told me. Yugo shrugs a shoulder. I'm broadening my horizons. It's in that moment Yugo realizes Suijitsu isn't next to them. He spots a trail of damp footsteps leading back out into the rain. At its end is Suijitsu, sitting on the sand with his feet melting into the water. His face is turned up to catch the rain, every drop sending ripples out across his body. Sakura catches sight of Suijitsu a moment later. She pads over to his side, settling down silently. She reaches a foot out towards the surf, but the instant the water laps up over her toes she hisses at the chill and draws her leg back. Yugo takes a deep breath, picks himself up, and follows only to the edge of the pier. He leans against a thick wooden pillar, and watches. No one speaks. The waves crash upon the sand, the ships blare their foghorns, the seagulls cry across the bay, the city rumbles like distant thunder. Suijitsu lets the water wash over him, into him, with his eyes shut. Sakura runs her fingers through the sand. Suijitsu breaks the silence. Thank you. Sakura pushes a few locks of hair out of her eyes, the wet hair sticking to her forehead. For what? Suijitsu opens his eyes and smiles at the sky. For this. Sakura tries to look up, but has to squint to keep the rain out of her eyes. Her gaze shifts to Suijitsu and stays there for a long moment, like she's reading a difficult passage in a complicated text. Sakura turns back to the sea and bumps Suijitsu with her shoulder. Don't mention it. It's another hour before Zayden finds them, though he, understandably, doesn't join them on the beach. Sakura and Yugo lean on each other as they amble toward the road, Yugo's knees weak from the outpouring of chakra, Sakura unused to and unskilled at navigating wet sand. Suijitsu walks backwards the whole way so he can laugh at them. Once they make it up to him, Zayden puts a hand on his hip and shakes his head. You're all soaked. I leave you alone for 5 minutes and you all go and risk catching cold. Hey, I'm waterproof, Suijitsu cuts in, don't lump me in with them. We're fine, Zayden, Sakura scoffs, a little rain isn't going to. Sakura cuts herself off with a sneeze so powerful it makes her double over. Zayden loses a fierce battle against a smirk. Sakura glowers up at him, but doesn't bother digging herself any deeper. I have good news, good news, and bad news, Zayden reports. Good news, we have ship passage. Bad news, ship leaves tomorrow, mid-morning. Good news, one of the Ryokan is a family business, so we have a room for the night. Bad news, between that, ship passage, and convincing the old man that we're worth the trouble, I'm down to half what Sanha paid me for the powder warehouses. Sakura wilts, I'm so sorry, I can pay. Don't, Zayden sighs, let's just get you out of this cold water and into some hot water. Sakura isn't given room to protest. Zayden quickly leads the way towards their lodgings and Suijitsu is happy match his pace, forcing Sakura to jog to follow and Yugo to stumble along at the rear. Sakura barely has time to hide them with a genjutsu before they've found the Ryokan. The building is far more modest than its peers, as any business run by criminals ought to be, but the interior is clean and warm and the staff doesn't ask questions. Their single room has a private onsen tucked away in a tiny garden off the back. Suijitsu and Zayden badger Sakura into being the first to use it, shutting the doors tight behind her and keeping their backs to them. Yugo waits until Zayden is in the middle of making tea to ask, is this what you want? Zayden doesn't look at him, but responds, what? The tea? I mean, it'll do. You know that's not what I meant, Yugo states, Sakura's plan. The arrangement. Leaving. Is that what you want? Zayden pushes a breath out through his nose, sure it is. Why wouldn't it be? Yeah, Suijitsu grumbles, stubbornly avoiding looking Yugo in the eye, why would we stick around? Doesn't make sense. Yugo opens his mouth to speak, then thinks better of it. He presses his lips together and hums a neutral acknowledgement. He can't force this to happen before they're ready for it. Yugo listens to the rain, and waits. Karui smells smoke. She wrinkles her nose and takes a wide look around. In the desolate tundra of the land of frost, anything burning should stick out like a sore thumb. But all she sees is snow and her teammates. They've been traveling together for nearly 2 full days. If either Amwa or Samui had picked up a smoking habit in that time, Karui would definitely have known. She sniffs the air again, and Amwa finally notices, face screwing up in confusion as he asks, what are you doing? Don't tell me you don't smell it, Karui mutters, scanning the sky for any too dark clouds, smoke. It's probably from a village, Samui drones, face not moving an inch. Amwa frowns, murmuring, no, the only settlements are too far away. Oh shit, I mean we are tracking Yujito's squad, right? The Two Tails uses fire. Karui shuts her eyes tight and growls through her teeth, don't start with this again. Amwa is already off to the races, I mean, she was going to investigate what happened in Sound. Sound are tricky bastards, they could have embedded people in hot water to lie in wait for anyone trying to snoop into their business. What if they ambushed Yujito's squad on the border? Yujito's squad would have fought. Maybe it forced Yujito to use the Two Tails, she could have started a forest fire. Karui's eyes fly open as she snaps, a forest fire that's been burning for 4 days. In this weather. You're out of your mind, Amwa. Wait, Samui cuts in, icy eyes narrowing, look, on the horizon. Karui and Amwa follow her gaze. Karui's heart leaps into her throat. She's passed the hot water frost border outpost so many times on journeys south, she knows where its silhouette is supposed to be. But instead she sees a pillar of thick black smoke rising into the crimson sky. She almost darts ahead, but Samui and Amwa both grab fistfuls of her cloak, rooting her to the spot. Amwa shakes his head with wide eyes and pursed lips. Karui grits her teeth. She stays put. Samui takes point. She runs through a seal sequence and casts her chakra over them like a net. Anyone who looks their way will find the setting sun reflecting off the snow to be particularly harsh, hiding them in the glare. Samui draws her tanto and makes the standard cloud hand signal for advance. Karui and Amwa follow her lead, drawing their weapons and heading out. They move quickly but quietly, Karui and Amwa watching their flanks and rear. The scent of smoke grows stronger in the air, mingling with the frigid wind and stinging Karui's nose. They crest over a slight rise in the terrain. The sight beyond forces them to stumble to a halt and stare, eyes wide, mouths agape. The outpost is nothing more than a charred skeleton, not simply set aflame but blown to pieces, its blackened boards scattered far afield. Bodies litter the ground for yards around the outpost's remains. The snow is stained with blood and ash where it hasn't been forced aside or melted to reveal the stone beneath. The copse of trees behind the outpost is still burning with familiar blue flames. Samui swallows hard, a paper-thin mask of composure slotting itself onto her face. Fan out and search the scene. Kurui swallows hard, but mutters a quick, "Yes ma'am," before making her way down the rise and towards the carnage. She and Amwa move instinctually, Kurui breaking left and Amwa to the right. The first body Kurui comes across is one she recognizes. The middle-aged man had gone by Z, but that wasn't his real name, of course. Kurui had never had the privilege of learning it. He had headed some of the first few missions Kurui had taken as a Chunin, had soothed her nerves with a kind smile and honest praise, had taught her a few lightning-style techniques she still uses to this day. And now he's lying dead at her feet, and will never teach her anything else. Kurui grits her teeth and forces all of that sentiment to the back of her mind so she can examine the body. The flesh and fatigues are a ruin of shallow cuts. She tries to count and loses track somewhere in the hundreds. Some odd shapes in the snow around him catch her eye. Kurui crouches down to investigate, using the tip of her sword to peel a sodden sheet of paper off of the snow. She stands and does a full rotation to find dozens more sheets of paper surrounding Z's corpse, soaked through with blood and snow melt. Kurui files that away with a shudder before moving on to the next body. The only identifiable feature on this corpse is a dented cloud headband. The flesh and clothing has been burned so severely Kurui fears the slightest disturbance will make it crumble like the logs of a long-dead campfire. The chest has been blasted wide open, the inside of the body burnt black. Kurui knows exactly what this is. This is what happens when you hit someone with a point-blank blast of lightning chakra. The corpses she finds next are only corpses in the broadest sense of the word. What she finds are bits, pieces, limbs, heads, and just meat, scattered at the bottom of two deep craters. The craters seem like the sort mortars and mines leave in their wake, but with far more blasting power than Kurui has ever seen. She's able to pick out enough details in the remains to identify one cloud ninja and one hot water ninja. Kurui circles back towards the center of the scene to find one last cloud ninja splayed out spread eagle on the snow. Their face is untouched, but from the neck down their body has been mutilated, deep gashes crossing their torso. It's like they were mauled by a gigantic set of claws, but the lacerations look worse than they are. They're wide and, if the color of the snow is any indication, seem to have bled a great deal. But they're not deep. There are only 3 deep wounds on the body, puncturing the stomach, the liver, and the heart. Kurui walks to the body's feet to find a circle drawn in blood in the snow, a triangle within it. A shiver runs up her spine. She knows this symbol, but can't place where from. Amwa and Samui crunch through the snow to stand across the circle from Kurui, their faces pinched and grave. I found 1 cloud ninja and 5 hot water ninja, Amwa reports, most were cut to pieces, I think by wind techniques. Samui's eyes flick to Kurui, who picks up, I counted 4 cloud ninja and 1 hot water over here. Kurui details her findings to Samui, whose scowl grows harder with every detail. Once she's finished, Samui's eyes drop to the circle in the snow, her cheek dimpling as she bites the inside of it. 5 ninja, one of them Z, Samui mutters, that, plus the blue fire. No doubt about it. This was Yujito's squad. Except. Amwa's brow furrows, wasn't Yujito part of a 6-man squad? Kurui pulls her cloak tighter around herself, we're missing someone. And unless that blasted to pieces body in the craters was her. Couldn't be, Samui cuts in, Jinchuriki don't go quietly, or cleanly. Forget those trees, the whole border would be scorched. Kurui chews on her bottom lip as the wind picks up, bringing clouds and snow with it. The reality of their situation settles like a pair of cold hands on her shoulders. They've lost one of their Jinchuriki no, if this scene is any indication, she was taken. And there's only one group on the continent in the business of taking Jinchuriki. Crunching in the snow has everyone whirling towards the hot water side of the border, weapons drawn. The shadow in the snow at first looks like one large, hunched figure. It trudges closer, resolving into a girl with a much larger boy draped over her shoulders. The girl is nearly doubled over with the effort of dragging her companion along, her labored breathing coming in puffs of steam. Her short blonde hair is speckled with snow and blood. It's difficult to get an idea of what the boy looks like beyond his general size and the mane of tawny hair flowing wildly down his back. When she's within 10 yards, the girl looks up, pale blue eyes wide. She straightens up enough for Karui to clock the leaf headband around her waist. The leaf girl takes one hand off the boy's arms to raise it above her head, palm open. Wait. We're not a threat. I'm Chunin Ino Yamanaka of the Leaf Village. My teammate and I were attacked and separated from our team on our way to this outpost. We're injured, low on chakra, and low on supplies. Please, grant us sanctuary. Please. Samui doesn't move an inch. Amwa squirms in place, eyes flickering between Samui and the Yamanaka girl. Karui looks them over. The girl has bloody bandages sloppily wrapped around her midsection. Her face is white with pain. Even at this distance, Karui can see the panic in her eyes. That's what seals it. This is technically insubordination, but Karui's conscience won't let her rest if she doesn't risk it. Karui straightens up and sheaths her sword, calling across the snow, "All right, keep your hand up as you approach and stay in the middle. We'll be watching you the whole way." Samui shoots up to glare at Karui, eyes wide. "What are you?" Karui meets her gaze dead on. For a leaf ninja from a major clan to ask Cloud for help, she's got to be desperate. "They're no threat, Samui." Samui's eyes are arctic cold, "and if you're wrong?" Karui squares her shoulders and holds her head high. "I'm dead or discharged. I'm not afraid of either. Are you?" Samui holds her gaze for an instant longer before spitting over her shoulder to Amwa, "Where's the closest settlement?" Amwa blinks rapidly, then lets his eyes drift up as he recalls, "I think Nakotan is an hour's run east." "Then that's where we're going," Samui grumbles. "Amwa, take point. Karui and I will watch the Leaf Ninja." Karui spares one last glance towards the destroyed outpost as the Leaf Ninja fall into their formation. It never feels right, leaving bodies for the beasts and the elements. But there's nothing more they can do for the dead. Not when the living need their help. Karui falls in at the flank and heads east. Suzuki imagines the Great Hall of the Jito's residence is bathed in the same red and gold splendor of all the imperial buildings in Chikyo's city center. It's a bit hard to tell when there's a genjutsu over his eyes washing out all the color. The Leaf delegation had arrived at the venue for the peace talks early in the morning. Tsunade lived by a policy of trust but verify. She hadn't openly questioned the hot water ninja stationed as security for the Jito, but had assigned Team 8 to scout the building before dawn and patrol the city during the talks to intercept incoming threats. A part of Suzuki wishes he'd gone with them. He can't stand it in here. There aren't any windows, the walls instead covered in hanging scrolls that aren't any substitute for a view to the outside. 6 thick pillars hold up the too low ceiling and make for obnoxiously obvious places for the team to post up, with Suzuki, Naruto, and Niji covering one side of the room while Lee, Guy, and Tenten take the other. It would take Suzuki a full 6 seconds to run all the way over to Lee, and even longer to get to the doors. And when life and death is on the line, that's too long. Just in general, this room is too long, too narrow. And the negotiating table is all the way at the end of it. It's basically a death funnel, one that he has the displeasure of being at the very end of alongside all the important dignitaries. Tsunade had insisted that Suzuki stay on the pillar closest to her, though he's not sure why she's bothering. Not only are Genma and Rado behind her, she's kneeling beside Daimyo Agazawara at the negotiating table, and he's flanked by 3 guards. She hardly needs Suzuki's protection. Maybe she's throwing him a bone, putting him in perfect position to spot Kabuto's tells. But something about that doesn't add up. "Geez, how long is he gonna take?" Naruto grumbles through the corner of his mouth. "We've been waiting for almost half an hour now." "He's trying to get the upper hand," Suzuki mutters back, typical negotiating strategy. You make them wait, let them start to squirm and overthink things, and just when they're starting to get really anxious. The doors creak open, drawing every eye. Kabuto sweeps into the hall flanked by Umbu. Suzuki has to resist the urge to roll his eyes at his ridiculous new getup and the insufferably smug smirk painted across his face. Even with 10 feet between them he can feel Naruto bristling in barely contained fury at the sight of Kabuto. Sasuke clicks his tongue against his teeth to get Naruto's attention, then shakes his head. Much as he'd also like to tear Kabuto limb from limb, that won't get them anywhere. Kabuto settles down on the other side of the table from Tsunade and Daimyo Agazuwara and bows low. My sincerest thanks to you both for meeting with me on such short notice. It warms my heart to see such dedication to peace from the land of fire. Tsunade's eyebrow twitches, and when she bows it's a shallow gesture. Well, we obviously couldn't let such a novel opportunity as this pass us by. Daimyo Agazuwara's bow is more of a nod. We are more than happy to repair relations with the land of sound. We had been on such good terms with the land of rice paddies before Daimyo Sato took the throne. I would love nothing more than a return to those days. Sasuke purses his lips. Well, Agazuwara is not in any mood to be subtle, then. He basically just spelled out to Kabuto that the only thing he cares about is getting the land of sound's rice. He might as well have handed him these negotiations on a silver platter. Tsunade bites back a scowl and cuts in, Your Lordship, while I agree with your sentiments, from a security perspective, I would prefer to gain more insight on the events that lead to the Lord Shogun's coronation before we discuss terms. After all, we need to know if there are any dangerous elements still lurking in sound in the aftermath of the regime change. Tsunade meets Kabuto's eyes, a sharp challenge in her gaze. Kabuto arches a brow, but keeps his smirk. Kabuto lets his eyes slide shut and his smirk fall, a mournful timbre to his voice as he says, The Lady Hokage is correct, Your Lordship. If we wish to create a peace that will last between our two nations, total transparency is in order. Let's see, where to begin. Sasuke blinks, activating the Sharingan behind the genjutsu on his eyes. The instant Sasuke opens his eyes again, he's looking directly into Kabuto's. The rest of his expression is still somber, but his eyes are sharp as daggers. He noticed. He knew. Sasuke swallows the shiver trying to make its way up his spine. He squares his shoulders and meets Kabuto's gaze without blinking. Kabuto holds the stare for a breath before shifting it back to Agazuwara and Tsunade. There had been rogue elements within the Sound Ninja and citizenry since the day Daimyo Sato and Otokage Orochimaru took power. Orochimaru had a tactic of turning his prisoners into his soldiers. Less than half of the ninja enlisted with the village were actually native to Sound. They resented this land they'd been abducted to and the man responsible for it. At the same time, Daimyo Sato cared for little more than keeping himself and his court living in the manner to which they'd become accustomed. The price for that level of luxury was the peasantry living in squalor. Many resented their treatment and sought to change it. Thanks to the illegal black powder dealer Huo Zayden, these two groups made contact through the party arming them. Sasuke exchanges a quick, troubled glance with Tsunade. She doesn't buy this either. There are elements of truth here, certainly enough to make it so Kabuto's not giving off any tells the Sharingan can pick up. But it's too simple. It's too easy. And worst of all, it's old hat. Blame the former daimyo, the former kage, the foreigners, and the poor, then wash your hands of the whole thing. Every daimyo, every nation uses that as a smokescreen when they're under the microscope. So he supposes that means Kabuto's a natural at politics. We can't be certain how long these groups plotted their insurrection, Kabuto continues, removing his glasses and using his sleeve to wipe the lenses. It all happened quite suddenly. I had been at a Sound Village outpost in the north when it happened. By the time word arrived of the situation, the village itself had been destroyed and Jungsemji besieged. I gathered up all the loyal ninja still alive, and we made for Jungsemji. That was where we discovered Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato's remains. Sasuke can feel every ninja in the room holding back the urge to scoff. All of this has been a performance, but Kabuto wincing and dancing around the severed heads of Orochimaru and the daimyo is the most performative part of it all. Kabuto may be a politician now, but he was a ninja first. He was a medic first. Kabuto wouldn't flinch at decapitation. None of them would. Tsunade narrows her eyes. I'm surprised. You're not native to Sound, either. I would think you would side with the rebels. Kabuto puts his glasses back on, adjusting them and hiding his eyes behind the glare for just a moment as he cuts back. One could have said the same thing for Sakura Harino. But all the reports from the village's fall placed her right at Orochimaru's side. fighting to defend him until the village collapsed on top of her. There is a difference, Lady Hokage, between those of us who went to Sound willingly and those who were taken. Sasuke's whole body goes cold. The tension drains from his shoulders. His eyes have gone painfully wide, the Sharingan sputtering out. He hears Naruto crossing the distance between them, feels Naruto's hand close around his shoulder, but he can't look at him. He can only stare at Kabuto. Kabuto takes notice of him, and a mask of contrition slides easily into place. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought, well, perhaps that was unfair of me to think in the first place. Even the most unrepentant traitors still have people who care for them." Sasuke grinds his teeth, lip lifting in a snarl. You. The ground shakes. The lights flicker, then go out. From not far enough away, there's the sound of crashing waves, and a screeching roar like a massive metal beam bending until it breaks. Sasuke's eyes dart from Tsunade to Naruto and back. The moment he opens his mouth, there's a crackling sound, then a burst of light and force as the doors break inward. Chunks of wood and metal shrapnel scatter into the room, followed by a pair of bodies burned black with their chests caved in. Sasuke can just barely pick out the hot water insignia on their warped, scorched headbands. Two shadows darken the doorway. One is tall, the only visible part of his face a pair of piercing green eyes surrounded by black sclerae. The other is silver-haired, with a massive, triple-blade scythe slung over his shoulders. Both are wearing the black cloaks with red clouds of the Akatsuki. The man with the scythe steps forward, grins, and crows. "Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but do you have a moment to talk about Jashin? Check the description for the links to the author."